everybody, how you doing today? I'm gonna put my glasses on so I can see. Boop. What's going on, everyone? We are on Oxygen Not Included today. Today is my affiliate anniversary. I can't tell you how many years I've been doing it, but I can tell you that Twitch put it in my chat. So cheers, everybody. Some years ago, I got affiliate and immediately did a 24-hour stream that wound up turning into like a 26 or 27-hour stream because people kept doing nice things towards the end to drag it out, and it was absolutely wonderful and exhausting at the same time. I'm glad I don't do that anymore. I don't think I could do it. It would hurt too much. But anyway, today we're gonna do dupe things. Now, last time we started doing some planning for a spawn, and here is the problem with that. We don't actually know how much water this son of a bitch outputs, so I think rather than get bogged down with the idea of getting a spawn, I think the reasonable thing to do is try to move up there and actually figure out what we're working with. We can plan and design all we want, but if we don't have the input numbers, there's no chance of us getting the output numbers correct. Killer over here. Digger, builder, situation. Why are you so low on morale compared to everybody else? What the fuck's going on here, Killer? You. Great Hall. Interested skill. Washroom, duplicate. Okay. You have nature reserve. Why did you not go through the nature reserve, Killer? You have to go through the nature reserve. How the fuck are you not going through the nature reserve? I mean, that's the missing button here, right? It's the missing button. Like, even if we go over here, you've got the Great Hall Nature Reserve. All right, Killer is intentionally not sharing the love with the plants. I'm not exactly sure what I want to put Killer into. Green Thumbs over here has been, you know what? Oh, God, it's a toughie. It's a toughie. They're not doing any operating. It's not likely that they're going to be doing any operating. They are doing farming and ranching. This will get them to an agriculture. What's your agriculture at currently? 6. I think we actually give them the crop tending too. That will allow us to have Green Thumbs do a little bit more because they'll be getting done with the farming quicker. And that will mean they might be able to cook a little bit of food and get ahead of things. I am tempted to give Killer improved carry too. This whole morale thing with the nature reserve. We still have a nature reserve, right? All right. Not sure how anybody doesn't get the nature reserve in this colony, but that is the thing that's going on. We've got a couple of little bits of power set up here. We've got some little interesting systems sorted. I would like to make an effort to core out a large portion of the map. To do that, we need to get this sorted. We are going to be... One of our main goals today is plastic. Plastic, plastic, plastic. We're going to continue letting Killer rip this bit apart down here. We're going to consolidate the random crude oil floating around, and then we're going to probably have to stick an oil reservoir on that just real quick to get a little bit going. I don't think we're going to mutate Drecos anytime real soon. All of this being said, we need to somehow get up to deal with this SOB. I'd prefer not to crack into this little area over here so that we can keep this as a self-contained area. We may, you know, dig over or pop into this and let them get down here. But my main goal getting into this is to analyze and possibly contain the situation. Who knows what's going to happen. I think... we're going to come up and around and get into it that way, and I think that's probably something we should do sooner rather than later. We're building out of granite. We're building out of granite. Let's give a little bit of space to this whole situation here. God, this is going to be such a thing. Okay, so we're going to put a ladder like that. Conveniently lines up with this one. Not on purpose, even remotely. Okay. We are doing things, right? We are doing things. Things are on. Things are working. Everything looks good. Okay, I always got to question whether I've actually... Emily! What's up? How you doing today? We are doing things and stuff and things. Not sure what's going on, but it's going on. How are you? I was just saying how all of our planning means nothing if we don't actually get the numbers to go along with it. So I'm gonna ladder system up to this this bad boy up here and see what we can sort out. Maybe like one of those type of deals. Boop that a little bit. That's igneous. Most of this, there's a lot of granite. We got some obsidian. Also, this is going to allow us to tap into this little iron reservoir over here. Reservoir, not a reservoir. Yeah, pocket. Hamster cage. What's everybody up to today? What's the good word in everybody's neck of the woods? Okay, so we go a little bit of boop. And a little bit of boop. Tachyon. Find that if you set these things as a higher priority, you have less opportunity for your dupes to screw up. I think we should be able to get that one too. We're going to leave that so we don't crack into this little area over here just yet. Tachyon! You want to come say hi? He sounds upset. He always sounds upset because he's not getting the attention. Okay, I know. You need your cameo. We have to have our daily introduction to Kitty World. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Upside down kitty face. Yes. Wait. No, with a Y, not an I. Sorry. Yes, with a Y instead of an I, but otherwise yes. Is that the right way to spell the word? Now I'm not sure. If I type it, I think that's how I spelled it. Jesus, I hope I didn't spell that wrong. That doesn't matter. It's not like it's on any official paperwork or anything. Okay, so what the hell is going on? We got people crushing. We got people doing. We got things going on. It's a little toastier over here than I would prefer it to be. So, oof. Like I said, worst comes to worst, we'll crack into the space biome up here. Tachyon particles are the particles that can actually move backwards in time. So my thought process is they don't obey the laws of time and physics as we understand them or can interact with them, nor does a kitty cat's love, so it seems like an appropriate name. Linus was talking about how a tachyon cloud, because my name is Nethercloud, so he would be Tachyon Cloud, sounds like something you would encounter in Star Trek, where they like fly into a tachyon cloud in some sort of crazy episode where they get thrown back in time. Written in the sand. Oh man, I've been listening to this record. No, or not. I get not record, but now we have ore gates, right? Because I'd like to get a little something going on here. So what I'd like to do, we're going to slap down an ore gate here. We're going to grab this automation wire. We're going to go like this. I like to build things up to the point. Like, once they build all of this, we'll be able to go in and we'll pause, we'll snip, we'll connect, and it'll be like a seamless transition. If you try to do it ahead of time, you wind up with the issues. So, that's how I've learned to do things a little bit more on the stable side of stuff. I can't wait till we can sweep the entire friggin' map. Ooh, Nightbot's doing my job for me. The Discord and YouTube channel are posted up in chat. Also, if you're watching back on the VOD, or, you know, just stumbling in or whatever the case may be and don't see it, because it's, you know, this only works until you finally do the no pause run. Yeah, no, there will be no pause runs in my life in any colony builder, ever. I am not a no pause person. But actually, I think it would be even more important in a no-pause run, because we build this first, and then since we're not pausing, we could quickly go in and do the snip-snip without long-term problems arising. But, you know, maybe, maybe not. What I am concerned about at the moment is the fact that some hot dirt went in here. Don't know where that hot dirt came from, but hot dirt went in here, obviously, and started bringing the temp up quite a bit. We got a 27 versus a 23, and I don't like that. Don't like it at all. Don't like it at all. Probably came from somewhere up here, right? Yeah, most likely. It is getting a little toasty up here. Also a little toasty up here. Cooling solution is going to happen soon. At least for the crops. If we start to get too close over here, I'm going to pull a temporary solution. And what I'll do is I'll slam an aqua tuner down here and then just use it to cool the crops. It'll heat up our water supply, but our water supply can take it, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Now, we're leaving it on a 1 at the moment so we can plan and make things happen. What are those things, though? I have no idea. This stuff isn't so toasty down here. So we could do a sweep command down here as well. I like me some clean map. Feels good. Feels good to be clean. Much like in real life. Is there anything quite so awesome as a nice hot shower? You know, just is all this at a 4 or something? No, it's at a 5. Not sure why none of this ever gets swept up over here. We don't have door permissions over here, do we? No, everybody's allowed in and out of this SOB. I do think we're going to priority 7 7 game. We're going to priority 7 this bit here, so we get that sorted. This we're definitely going to put over on an 8, because I think this is on a 7. No, it's on a 6. So we're going to put this on a 7. So these should be on a 5. 5. 6, and actually, this one needs to be on a 7. This one on a 6, because we need to make sure we get those rad bolts used up quite quickly. We are currently researching steam turbines, steam engines, the whole shebang over here. We're going to need to get a few other things sorted, so I'm probably going to let that run. We're going to want to get into batteries and solar panels for our rockets, so that'll be next up on the agenda. I'd like to get this stuff going with the automation, but again, we don't really have a full-time mechatronics engineer. We're going to need to get also this shebang going. That's a lot of nonsense right there is what that is. For the Wayfarer module, Spacefarer module. Which we might, I think it was ATP that was talking about the concept of building a rocket that doesn't rocket. Just building a rocket that's got like a SPOM inside a Spacefarer module and a bunch of batteries that don't get heated up because they're space batteries. And I'm over here like, that does sound like juicy fun, but is this the exploit run? Becomes the question. And since it's casual, I think it's a possibility. We see you lurking, killer. Take your time and enjoy the stream at your own pace. I like that robot. God, our dupes are fucking slow in suits. Their athletics is -2 because they have -6 in the Atmos suit. God, I would love to just have our dupes run non-stop. I'm tempted to set up that aqua tuner setup and then just let people run around like crazy people inside the base until we've got good shit going on. Like, Killer's good. The only one that's really cooking along, you see Gosman running like a freaking rabbit being chased by a wolf in the woods, and that's because she's been running on the wheel since day one. She runs, she reads. She runs, she reads. Actually, this is Algae Chewer at the moment. Athletics of 13. 13 athletics. Plus, they've got the exosuit training for +2, suit sustainability for +2. Speaking of which, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to get Killer into suit sustainability and exosuit training. They're the main one going, so let's just do it. I don't like that you have to take rocket piloting. No, oh shit, sorry, Killer. I meant to do that. I've gotten used to Frosty automatically doing the raid shoutouts. Killer Jam 25. Guys, go check out Killer. Still getting used to the new bot, Killer. They automatically shout out the raid, so I've gotten a little bit overly comfortable at doing automatic shoutouts. But yeah, guys, go check out Killer. Killer is an amazing person. Does a lot of streaming as well. I think you've been streaming pretty much every day. Our whole group has kind of gotten into the habit of being live and doing stuff every day, all day long. So it's pretty amazing. I'm pretty impressed. You, Squiddy, Zed, like everybody's streaming all the time. Oh, speaking of Zed, the angel of a human being that he is, he got me Hellblade 2. I mean, it pre-ordered. It's not on sale just yet. It'll be on sale on Tuesday. And that means we can play it when it comes out. I'm trying to decide, and if anybody has any input into this, I'm trying to decide whether I want to deviate from normal schedule and take a couple of days, like Tuesday, Wednesday, to play it, or if I want to shift it into the Saturday slot for a couple of weeks. And honestly, I'd love to just dive in and play it till we're done with it, right? So I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take, but being that it's more expensive and has a larger team than the first one, because they got bought out by Microsoft, I would probably make the reasonable assumption that it's substantially longer than the first one, which was about a 7 to 9 hour playthrough. So that being said, I think we're going to need at least 2 to 4 sessions to play it realistic. Hey, Tachyon, you're getting a little out of sorts there, sir. The movement is too fast. That fast movement winds up with broken things, and it's usually my broken things, not your broken things. So can we please comment? I'm talking to him as if he understands a goddamn word I say, but I am a sweeping madman. Yeah, this is the priority over here. I'm looking over here. I'm like, what should the priority be? And I'm like, yeah, we gotta get to this thing. Like, one way or another, we gotta get to that thing. And I'm starting to feel like we've got Drecos over here, right? I don't want to release chlorine into this area, but I just kind of figure, I find it's probably inevitable, right? Like, we're just going to have to deal with the... Let's one thing at a time. Now, I'm a big fan of sorting my gases and liquids, so let's get a look at this thing, continue our mission to get to some plastic so that we can have a reasonable cooling solution and not have to bullshit our way through everything. And once we have the numbers over here, then we'll be able to figure out how big of a SPOM we can handle. That'll give us an indication of our max population on this planet. Because I really don't want to be pumping liquids between planets, if at all possible to avoid. We may have to pump liquids over from the other planet for projects over here, but I'd like to try and keep the projects reasonably localized to the planets where the resources are coming from. After that long-term playthrough that we put a fuck ton of hours into, I just kind of have this feeling like it's not worth the headache of moving the liquids around if it can be avoided. Like, maybe this planet doesn't have like 16 people, 20 people, and well, I only want to go up to 16 max if we can support it. But maybe this planet is not where we're doing cozy universe time. Yes, Aya, very, very much. We are remembering to breathe, and in such a fashion, I'm trying to remember that. do, you know what, we'll do 5 batch of this for now. Last time on Tuesday, we did a lot of planning into that spawn. Spent a bit of time designing, making speculation, trying to decide on, you know, top versus bottom for oxygen and hydrogen. And today, the first thing I did was queue up to actually get to this thing. Until we've done the math on how much we can support, there's no real point in hard deciding on any type of design whatsoever. So I'm gonna make this happen, figure out the math from that source. And I was just talking about how we should try and cater our planets to the resources available. One of the issues with this is going to be that we're going to have a lot of power on this planet, hypothetically speaking. We have 2 volcanoes, at least 3 oil reservoirs. We haven't even cracked into this corner of the map yet, so there's a good chance there's some juicy tidbits down here, possibly even some more oil. I do believe this is where our transporter is, which is going to pose an interesting challenge, being that there's a volcano above it. It's going to give us limited space. I highly doubt we're going to get like a whole bunch more reservoirs. I'm happy that we have 3, because that's a full pipe of oil with the endgame setup that we're planning on. But if we had a 4th or 5th one, that would be, you know, a little bit of a bonus. Either way, 3 oil reservoirs means we're going to be able to run a full pipe of petroleum at all time once we get our petroleum boiler online with the volcano. Shouldn't be too hard to accomplish. And that means we'll be able to run 5 petroleum generators at a full clip. That gives us the opportunity to run something like 10 or so slickster ranches, and that's not including the carbon dioxide we have from the geyser, if we can heat that up a little bit. It doesn't include additional carbon dioxide from dupes breathing, etc., etc. And that many slicksters, done right, with all of the things we're talking about doing here, we could theoretically provide enough food for like 50 duplicants, right? Just on this planet alone. Now, the issue with that would be that we don't have nearly enough water to supply 50 duplicants. I mean, I'm making that assumption. I mean, you know, we assume and, you know, make an ass of ourselves is the thing. But steam vents are rarely going to have... Cool steam vents are rarely going to have the type of output that you want to support, like, a whole boatload of stuff. All right, I have a plan. So let's drop the priority down to a 6 on these and move the priority of this up to an 8. And then let's move you to here. And that should reset. Then what we're going to do is we're going to cancel these, and we're going to make these out of igneous, because there'll be igneous sitting right here. Just a quick little to-do. That should speed up our process just a wee bit. You know, local materials. He's having to go down the ladder all the way to grab granite down here. Now we've got igneous right over here. That should allow him to make these ladder steps. Should have done that a little bit earlier. It's always good to keep an eye on what you've got available. Also, we can just queue up to snag this bit over here. Maybe a little of this action. No. Let's not do that. Let's not get too cheeky. We need to make sure this space gets done up proper. In fact, let's not put that there. Let's put this here. Reason being, we could continue that ladder system downward and turn this all into a little bit of a tank, which is definitely a good idea in general. All right, now that we've got that done, let's put this back to a 7 over here. Boop. We're going to boop that a bit. Killer is construction supply. Oh, you know what? These two. Cancel that bit, Killer. Now, in the long run, we're going to be deleting most of the ladders anyway, because we want to make sure that our dupes don't have an obscene number of paths to choose from, making our lives a little bit more difficult. Again, we're still manually dealing with this system over here. We're not trying to have this pump running absolutely non-stop. It's kind of a waste. We do have our little distribution system up here. Any hydrogen is getting shunted over into this bit here, and then any oxygen is then getting passed down into the base so that we can aerate the whole thing. It does a decent job of it. We don't have anything going all the way down here, but we don't need anything going all the way down here. Our dupes shouldn't be getting down in this action over here for any particular reason, because this is where our essentially our carbon pit is. We came down here to grab the water that was in this part, which is all we really needed to do. Eventually, we're gonna strip out the entire map. So that's the thing. Towards the end of stream, we were talking about our eventual plans, right? And how, okay, now I've got to grant access to algae chewer over here. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna allow vermin to go back in but not come back out. That should free up the secondary suit for algae chewer to come up here. We'll get Al going. Al's a good name. I like that. We're gonna call them Al from now on. Now that you've sorted that out, I'm actually gonna swap the priorities over to building this little son of a bitch. I'd like to take some of the burden off of the coal generators. We're not tearing through it at an obscene rate or anything, but we've got free hydrogen to fuck with. You know, we've got almost a ton of it. We've almost got half a ton of hydrogen, so we might as well put that into use for our power system. We don't need it for anything else. All of our stuff is running off a central grid. It's not like we have this on its own grid or anything like that. And as I said, we're going to keep an eye on these temperatures over here, since the dupes seem to like to deliver hot dirt. We will stopgap our way through most things if absolutely necessary. We have no recipes for this guy. You should be full of coolant, though, aren't you? Yeah, you have coolant. Doesn't show the coolant level. Suck it, game. We've got 2 tons of steel built already, so that's an aqua tuner plus 800 kilos of extra steel. That'll get us doing what we need to do. As I mentioned last time, and I will probably mention 1,000 times even in this stream alone, we don't have gold amalgam on this planet, meaning we can't go with the easy solution to hot tools. We're gonna need to build most of our stuff out of steel, which feels a little bit like a waste, but we've got plenty of fossil. We've got ranches going for eggs, so we'll get a lot of lime pretty easily. And there's quite a bit of iron ore around the map, so I think we'll be all right on that front. Plus, we'll get to the second planet into space soon enough. Casual larva eggs. More slicksters. Okay, anybody a cook? Anybody? Castrophobia. Can't do cooking. That's a crying shame. I don't need any of this stuff over here. Can't do doctoring, can't do husbandry, agriculture, and freaking goddamn walking contradiction in Liam over here. So let's take the larva eggs. Now, the larva eggs. What in the fuck are we going to do with them? I don't actually want them here. They're just going to start pooping out oil. So buttons. You know what we could do? I wish I had made this a mesh tile. Not important. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put everybody, including the pips, over here, because we printed pip eggs, right? So we're gonna put the eggs over here, so we can manage stuff. That was the plan, right? We put wild animals over on this tile, unless we get shove balls, in which case we are gonna shove them in a freaking metal closet, because those bastards, they're a little bit much to deal with. Okay, let's move this over here at a very high priority. As long as we've got a nice pile of wild animals over here and we have a large enough space, they're just going to keep reproducing themselves. And even though they age out to die or starve to die, we still get meat out of them. So, free meat. Excellent. Free meat. Sounds like a scam in the back of a van to try and get the attention of people. Hey, you want some free meat? I've got it in the back of my van. No, sir. No, thank you. I don't need that meat in my life at all. What the hell is going on? So, yes. So, given Zed's vast generosity in purchasing Hellblade for me, we'll make adjustments to next week's schedule as it comes. I'm kind of incapable of making crazy decisions like that right off the bat because we've got so much going on, right? Like I don't want to interrupt the RimWorld playthrough. I don't want to interrupt the Myst progress on Saturdays. I'm really feeling this playthrough, but of all the things we can interrupt a little bit, I'd say this game is probably easier to interrupt because we're not doing anything crazy that needs my constant attention. But also, this game is the best game, hands down, for the channel, I think. We get the most viewers on it, most engagement on it, and I don't want to not play it. I love this game. I think one of the reasons I haven't played it in a while is because it's been all about the starts, and I'm all about the finishes. For me, it really does boil down to the late game. I love the late game in this. I love building giant contraptions and crazy stuff and integrated systems that have the potential to collapse, but when they do, it does everything all at once, and it's just glorious in its complexity and simplicity simultaneously. The duality of dupedom. I don't know. I'm just using every big word I can pull out right now. What are we doing? I'm incapable of clicking a dupe. All right, so this is killer. What are you going to build with that? What are you going to build? Let's follow Killer along a little bit here. I love this feature. Oh, so we're building this out of lead. Of course we are. Because I didn't make more copper. Excellent. So, now that he's actually built this is what I'm talking about. We boop that there, we boop that there, and we boop this here, right? So now this hydrogen generator will turn on when all of this turns on, according to this smart battery. And if this starts to overflow, it'll also turn on. The center of attention buff is just the best. Makes me smile. Yes. Yes. I was talking about that the other day, and Laz was like, I didn't know that was a thing. And I was like, yeah, it's freaking cool. Like, Sky God loves me. I'm the chosen one. I totally stole the Sky God thing from Adam versus Everything, but I'm okay with it. I think he'd be it'd be all right. I think he'd be all right with us using that. Once Killer finishes harvesting that iron ore, actually, you know what? Let's priority. Let's go to all here. Let's priority 4. This whole project. This doesn't need to get done. It's something I'd like to get done, but we'll keep that going for him. I'm trying to decide right now what I want to do. You know what I mean? Like it's a thing, right? So I think we're probably going to end up cracking into these. What I might do is crack into this one from this side and turn it into a second Draco Ranch. We'll snag the Drecos that are here, drop them into our little wild tile here. Same thing with this bad boy. Maybe we'll actually come in from this side and, yeah. We're probably going to have to switch to domesticated bomb lily in order to feed all these guys. But I'm not worried about that after finding... So, like, let me double check this information because I'm insane. Grow requirements. Life cycle, temperature, air pressure, atmosphere, and farm plot. They don't actually need dirt or any other nutrients. They just kind of grow on their own as long as we keep them at temperature, which is good. I've used space heaters to help that along, but we're also trapping in some of the natural temp over here, as well as keeping some of that natural temp out. The issue we're having with temperature is the same issue with the sustainability challenge map that we were doing. We've got cold space. And cold space is just going to keep happening because of the ice meteors. So, I mean, theoretically, if you were to leave this planet alone, dupes or not, the meteors would freeze out everything eventually that wasn't hidden behind abyssalite. You know, things and stuff and things. At this point, I think we got to stop worrying so much about heat because chances are we're going to have to throw in a temporary solution to deal with our crops anyway. As far as gases. Okay. Let's say for shits and giggles, which is a terrible expression, absolutely terrible expression. Let's say for shits and giggles, we did bust in over here, which I think is probably a good idea, right? How would we be able to do that and create a reasonable amount of space? This is a 60 tile space. We need 96 if we want to be able to support 8. I usually leave it at 7 until we get automation. So what I'm thinking, hear me out here, we're going to put a liquid lock here and put our, let's see here, so shearing station and grooming station would require us to have 5 tiles. So if we do that, and then we drop in a little liquid lock right over here, we could get access to this, and this could be our... We could have 2 Draco farms, the reason being that eventually we're going to get a glossy Draco mutation. Now, in the future, we are going to actually build out a proper Draco farm. We'll filter all of our gases and all of that good stuff, but at the moment, I think using the natural space is probably our best idea for achieving goals reasonably quickly. We might actually have to reconfigure this area. I'd like to leave the pinch of peppers going. Enable auto harvest on these bad boys. Not that we're going to use them right away, but it could result in us having a backlog of a few things. We could use that, I believe, to make brackine and also to make some spicy tofu if the opportunity presents itself. So let's start planning here. So we've got work queued up for the dupes. What I'm thinking is we try to put the station for grooming further in than the shearing station, or no. Shearing station further in. They're gonna get eye problems no matter what. Let's say we put the shearing station there and the grooming station there. That will unlock what? This will be an additional 15 tiles plus the 60 brings us up to 75. I think at that point we crack into here, allow these guys to get down into this area. Oh, that is going to allow the hydrogen to go up. That could be a problem. Hang on. Okay, just let them go. There's nothing we have to worry about. This. Okay, math. So 60 and 37. That's 97 tiles. 98, 99. So we'd need to remove 3 to make that a thing. Need to move 3 to make it a thing. Let me think here for a half second. We could, now the bomb lily up here would die, but we've got bomb lily down here. Okay. Let's say, now hear me out. Can't put that there. Let's say that we put in airflow tiles there. That'll take up 2 more spaces. That could go there. The grooming station could go right here. We could put in a door. Let's say we put in the door like that gives us the opportunity to do a liquid lock situation here. Right. That doesn't require us to fuck with anything too hard. There is this thing here, so what I'm thinking is we probably replace that and this, which they should be able to get reasonably quick access to and keep us nicely insulated. We'll just leave that as is. This we could also do a little bit of that action. Sure, why the fuck not? Let's just put that guy there as well. So that becomes our liquid lock, that becomes our door. This unlocks how many extra tiles? This gets us... So that's 9, 10, 11, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 plus 37 is 49, plus 60 is 109, minus 2 is 107. So we'd have to knock out 11 tiles. In order to accomplish that, what would we do? What would we have to do? We'd have to build 11 tiles. So, what we could do at that point is we can snag a ladder, bring this up, uproot this guy, and what we could do is then... Is this igneous? This is igneous. Drill that out. Maybe drill that out as well. Okay. And then we up here. You know me and my cracks. I gotta get my crack. Sandstone ladder could then go up to here. That should allow us to uproot this, and then we can just squeeze this down. The hydrogen will come up here, but that's fine. It'll be a weird little shape, but our dupes will have access. I think I like that idea. And then what we could do is noodle our way through here, slam a door in on this side, come across the top, and get over to here. This could theoretically be a third Dreco ranch, if need be. This is already 85 tiles, so not a difficult situation to convert over to a full ranch. And we could reshape these as we need. We'll probably have to do a little bit of maneuvering over here. What do we got on this guy? Oh, we got to click analyze. Oh boy, we're going strong. We're hopping in. Nether has his coffee and ADHD meds in full effect, so I should be able to maintain my psychosis quite long enough to keep you people entertained at a high value. Or I'll just run my mouth until you guys get sick of me. Let's dig that bit out over there. After they dig that out, we'll queue up the next section. I want to chop this basically down to the corner, build a few tiles in here because I want this diamond and fossil before we start doing other shit. And then, like I said, we'll slap in a little quick oil reservoir here. But let's not worry about that too fast. I want to get this ranching stuff going, because the more ranching we're doing, the less amount of time we have to spend. Farming. If we can get a few ranches going, get a few more wild animals planted, we can start leaning on barbecue as a substitute for some of our other stuff. We're already getting a little bit further ahead on the pickled meal. I don't think we actually need all of these plants, but we're going to leave them for now. As I mentioned last time, we've got a substantial amount of dirt, 104.5 tons to be exact at the moment. And that's only going to increase as we start to carve out the rest of the starting biome and the rest of the map, filter through our polluted water, and then eventually compost or run that water into some sort of heat system. I mean, hell, there's more dirt right there. So that's going to last us quite a long time. And that means that... Sorry. Brain just went boop. Okay, then let's do that. And we're gonna need... I don't know where that thought was going. Guys, feel free to keep me on track. I'm going to ADHD around because that's just what I do. It's just what happens. So if you guys hear me talking about something and you're like, where the hell was Nether going and why isn't he there yet? Feel free to just be like, hey Nether, what the hell were you saying about the thing? You know, the thing and the stuff with the other thing? And I'll be like, right, the thing and the stuff. We'll get back to it. Okay, so buttons. Once we get this analyzed and figure out the size of spawn we need to make for this planet, which will again give us the regulation on our... It'll tell us what size we need to make things. I'm tempted to do a localized sweep, but it's unnecessary. Let's just let the goo be the goo. Our people are going to move slowly for a little while. Again, we're going to manually adjust these suits. Al over here is taking care of the analysis on this bad boy. 4,520 grams a second at 110 C, 348 seconds every 604 seconds. We're going to look at the active period and average output. We'll base our math on the average output and make sure to make our tank large enough for a good buffer. Again, we might go into infinite liquid storage. I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing that. We might even be able to find a way to facilitate infinite liquid storage without having to pump it. Although those systems are usually a little dodgy, so whatever. I'm a big fan of stuff like infinite liquid storage. I do really like the idea of putting a non-rocket rocket in the base, but, you know, again, it's a matter of, like, how exploity do you want to go? We're definitely going to be using the corner grab exploit. I've talked many times about most likely using the infinite gas and infinite liquid storage exploits. So is it... Dear Bob, what the hell was that? It's someone with extreme insecurities is what that is. I have very strong opinions about loud cars, and I think everyone past a certain age does. You know, so you put me in the category of an elderly gamer, an old fuck as you were. But I think if you're going to be loud, you should do it in the correct location. There's a time and a place for everything, and in the middle of a residential neighborhood in the center of the day is not the place to do it. That's just me, and everybody's got an opinion. They are like assholes. If you haven't heard that saying, everyone has one, and they all stink. I'm sure many of us here have already heard that one, but for the advantage of the younger generations and people that aren't as cheeky and memey as the rest of us, that's the saying. Oh, dear God, what are we doing? What are we doing? How do I want you to dig this area out? I want this fossil. I want all of it. I want it all. I want it all, and I don't want to pay for it. Right? So here's what I'm thinking. Right? We're just going to queue up all sorts of work, because why the fuck not? We're going to go over to Igneous. We're going to, boop, put that there. This is already... Okay, so we've got Igneous here. So let's keep in step with what I was saying. Instead of building this out of granite, let's build this segment out of igneous, because it'll be right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that puts this here. Again, we priority 6 our ladder systems so that they always work on that. Make sure they have something under their feet. Ooh, that conveniently works out quite well with our existing ladder system. It's almost like the game planned on the 4 tall floors. They should be able to scoop a dupe down here. Same thing over here, though. I don't want to deal with these little corners, so we're actually going to fill them in just a wee bit, including here, but we'll do those after. Now, one thing that would be cool if we could get it from RimWorld is, like, in RimWorld, you guys will notice that I'll do something like this, and then I'll click on this tile, and, like, where this is a 1, there's also, like, don't. It's a forbid command. So this would be, do not build this tile until I unforbid it. That would mean that they'd be able to build those two. We would unforbid them and they would build them. I do that a lot. You'll see that in my RimWorld playthroughs as I'm building walls that I'll do that. I'll build like a 3 thick wall and I'll forbid one side so they can build two of the thickness and then unforbid the third bit. It definitely allows for some situations. What are you doing, buddy? You're drowning. Here, let's get that done, killer. I need that dug out so that the fluff carpet can move. You're drowning. You are drowning. How? Can you please move? Can you like, why would you drown? No. We don't want this guy to drown. Give me a second. So, can we emergency dig something to help him out? Let's say we emergency dig this. Please help him. I know you're probably going to pee your suit, killer, but let's clear some of this oil out. We don't want that slickster drowning. There we go. You got yourself out. You could have done that before, but you decided to, now you're stuck inhaling permanently. Good job. Permanent floating carpet. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Got another guy up here. As well as one of the... You know what? Let's click move on that guy. And then after Al gets the geyser sorted... Vermin Supreme got a skill point. What are you doing, Vermin? Vermin. We're mostly into passions with them, which means we've got a little bit more leeway to get into some stuff. I think Vermin gets into suit sustainability. That gets them a little bit more athletics, putting their athletics at 8, meaning that they'll still have a positive 2 when in a suit, which is really fantastic. Killer, on the other hand, Killer needs to get put on a treadmill a little bit. Hopefully we can get them another skill point. They seem to want to avoid the nature reserve a little bit. We're gonna have to make that a thing. I've noticed that they don't always get the nature reserve bonus, even if you force them to go through it. I mean, there's no way for them not to go through it. They literally have to go through the nature reserve in order to get to their beds, the Great Hall, the teleporter thing over here if they want to go to the kitchen. Like, literally our main core base here, other than our toilets and this ranch, are within the nature reserve. In fact, we could probably fold that in. It's 120 tiles. 120 tiles. 120 tiles. How many tiles? No, because that would wall this out. I want these guys to have as much space as possible. They are happy. They are not cramped. Okay, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to snag wild critters and drop them over there no matter what they are. When we bust in here, we're not going to ranch these guys, right? We're going to move these guys, and we're going to bring one of our tame boys from over here, and ranch the tame boys. Same thing here. We're going to keep our wild animals as wild as possible. I've mentioned a couple of times, one of my biggest regrets so far in this playthrough is dropping 5 hatches into the ranch. We did not need to bring it online that fast. We should have dropped 1 in here, allowed them to start ranching the single hatch, and then left the rest over here. On the plus side, since we have a lot of hatches in here, we wound up with a stone hatch mutation right off the bat. Stone hatches are generally sought after because they'll eat more kinds of rocks. What I would like, and I know this sounds crazy because most people hate them, is a sage hatch. The reason I want a sage hatch is I've taken to liking throwing a single sage hatch next to our water sieve. That means they'll just eat up all of the polluted dirt it drops out, turn it into coal without us having to think about it. I would prefer that it mutates over here on our wild thing, which is another reason I wish we had put the rest of these hatches over here. That way we don't actually have to take care of it. It'll just sit over here wild and do its thing. So, whatever. It'll be what it is. If they mutate in here, we're probably not going to keep them. Sage hatches, I know a lot of people don't love them. I find them to be useful in that utility because I don't want to be composting my dirt. I find it to be a waste of duplicate labor and a source of an unreasonable amount of heat. So I would prefer to feed my polluted dirt and rot piles either to a poke shell or a sage hatch. If we can get sand or coal out of our waste products, I would like that. As far as dirt is concerned, yes, we want to make sure we have dirt, but we also want to get off of mealwood reasonably quickly. It's not a long-term food source. It's a semi-long-term food source. It's a great transitional food. It doesn't provide any good morale bonus or anything, but it is reasonably stable, especially early game. That's why we're running it. We can't rely on having barbecue or anything else currently. We could theoretically go into bristle blossoms and have them all eating gristleberry, which I believe is a higher food morale than the mealwood. The problem with that being is that since we haven't analyzed and put this to good use yet, we're not aware of how much water we have as far as resources we can use. I don't think it would be prudent to have this planet running off of a food source that needs water, because as I mentioned, it's not likely that this is even going to be able to support the spawn we designed that would have 4 electrolyzers going. If we're lucky, this will power 2, maybe 3 electrolyzers. We're going to see in a minute here. Al is working on that. I'm just going to call them Al because Algae Chewer is a bit of much to chew on. You got yourself fucking stuck, didn't you, bud? Didn't you, bud? No, you can get up. You can get up. All right. You're not as big of an idiot as I thought you were. We'll let you do your thing. I did prioritize those above all else, so you know, my bad for giving you the opportunity to be a shithead. But hey, he'll do his thing. He'll do his thing. He's got it. He's not gonna suffocate right away. Come on, Al. I'm also very much looking forward to getting ourselves a mechatronic engineer in Ari. Ari is 1 skill point away from mechatronics engineering. I don't think we have to have points into construction to have him build the automation, so 1 more point over there and we can start automating things like this coal over here. If we go over to shipping, the auto sweeper here should be able to see... Yeah, let's say we place an auto sweeper here, right? that will be able to see this box and all 3 coal generators and sort that out. And then Vermin can just drop the coal off here in this container. And we could actually link that into getting ahead of ourselves. Let's not worry too much about that. Everything you see is temporary. We realized last time I was trying to do the math on where we were going to put our accommodations, right? Now, being that I want this central ladder system to be able to go top to bottom, we're going to have to shift it over anyway to deal with getting past this guy and giving enough space for it to exist and do its function. We might not go literally all the way down. We might come down to a certain point because I like to use gravity to collect all of this stuff, but that does mean that we would have to sacrifice a substantial amount of this space here for crude oil. The other option would be to kind of contain these within a single tank and this in its own little tank, and then pump that oil somewhere. Infinite storage, as it were, which we might do. Again, there's a lot of decisions we're going to make as we go here. Being that I'm trying to accomplish a casual playthrough here, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. I have this tendency to want to min-max everything and have a plan of the end game before we even get there, so I'm going to try not to have my head firmly planted up my butthole and do this in a reasonable way. Do I want to fill in the gaps here? It's a pretty commonplace thing to kind of just fill in these gaps in the sides of the wall, kind of flattening it out a little bit. I think we'll adhere to some basic best practices, I suppose. I think it does cut down on lag because it's less space for gases to render, which is another great reason for making everything a vacuum. Secondarily to that, or probably ahead of that, a good reason to make everything a vacuum is that heat can't transfer through a vacuum. So we are going... The big map from the last time I did a long playthrough wasn't really feasible to just vacuum the whole fucking thing out. I mean, it just would have taken a lot of time, a lot of power. Hang on, let me adjust my playlist. That is the wrong button. You over here, you need to be just a little quieter because you're getting in the way of my functioning. And I'm going to go over to my little variety playlist. I was talking to a friend on Facebook, which I almost never go on anymore, which is not even on purpose. It's kind of like drinking. I didn't decide to stop drinking. I just kind of stopped drinking. I mean, not stopped drinking. I do have a drink occasionally. The other night I got myself a few Guinnesses and had a good time having a beverage and hanging out and chat with a few people. But I think I mentioned if I drink a dozen times in a year, that's probably about right, or even more than is realistic. So I'd kind of like to stick a like I said, a localized storage over here, maybe for diamond. All right. The more map we uncover, the more excited I am. We're kind of like, I love seeing the whole map. Once I see the whole map, the vision starts to come into mind of like, okay, so we can do this here, we can do that there, we can do this here. I was trying to get to this point when I started talking about infinite gas and infinite liquid storage. I love the idea for this playthrough to have a spot that it's kind of like a grid. You know what I mean? So like infinite storage, again, let me grab a spot that the dupes aren't going to dig out because they can't get to it. So infinite storage, we want to have 2 pumps in there because we want to be able to pull a full pipe. Some of them maybe we want more. Then we're realistically going to want a vent, right, to get the stuff in. Probably not 2 vents. So that leaves us with a bare minimum system of something looking like this. What that doesn't leave room for is any type of Atmos sensor, so does that matter? I don't think so. Blah, 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 blah. We could theoretically run some sort of automation wire in there. We could even do something cheeky like put a tile there and then do like an Atmos sensor here and a vent here. So let's say we did this. Let's say we put the Atmos sensor there just for the sake of having it in case we want it. That way it could shut off instead of going to a vacuum or whatever the case may be, right? So we've got this as our basic setup. If we do this and then just tile it, we could literally have all of our gases in a nice organized grid. You know, these will probably be insulated tiles, just to keep heat in and out, so to speak. Yeah, I like this. I like this. This is going to be our infinite storage design for our gases. Happy anniversary! Thank you, Barb. Meeting you was one of the best things to ever happen in my life, and it wouldn't have happened without the effort you make here every day. I'm so incredibly proud of you for all the work and love you put into streaming. I hope this is just one more of many, many, and more to come. Love you. Love you too. Thank you. You are amazing. You are absolutely out of this world amazing. Okay, cook. Any cook? Shabby dresser, athletics, night owl, iron gut. Nope. Go to hell, Abe. Gene, a narcoleptic. I don't think that's gonna fly, bud. Fungal spores. Oh, we did get pips. Ooh, we got pips. You see, the problem with pips is I just want to leave everything natural planted. I think we already have some fungal spores. Let me check that right quick. What do we got? Fungi. We have one fungal spore. Now, processed copper, 400 kilos. We can use that. Emily is sneaking around like a ninja crossed with a rogue, crossed with a hummingbird? I don't know. Hummingbird's not the right one, but I think their wings are considerably more quiet than other birds. Owl. Owl's got the quiet. So, ninja rogue owl, Emily over here. I think we take the fungal spore. I think because we're gonna make use of those pips. Let's take the fungal spore. And then let's talk turkey about jam. We could... You rolled in today. Rolled in like a cool summer breeze. Okay, I took the fungal spores because that gives us 2. We have 2 pips that are going to hatch eventually. So it's going to take a while. We won't worry about it right away. But since carbon dioxide drifts downwards and we can wild plant, I think what we might do is start to wild plant them. On this map, we do have enough materials that if we need to, we can lose a little mass in our ore in order to generate natural tiles with the I don't know. Again, we were talking about the difference between exploits and emergent game mechanics. Thank you for the terminology, Aya. If you're still out there watching, I really love that I have that knowledge now that you brought it to the table. So let's talk about the emergent game mechanics of making natural tiles. It's been a well-known thing for a long time. The main method for doing so, whether your surrounding tiles are natural or not doesn't matter, but I'm going to use regular tiles to draw it. So if you draw a box like this, go to manual airlock, bam, slap that in, and then you deconstruct this airlock while leaving these tiles around it, this will turn into ore, whatever ore this thing is made out of. The thing is that when you do that, if you decide you want to dig up that ore, every time you dig ore, it loses half of the mass. So this 567 kilos of coal is going to turn into 283.5 kilos of coal once you dig it out. So if you do this over and over and over and over again, you're more or less deleting your resources. But we currently have 103 tons of copper ore, so I think we can get away with it. Don't promote the exploit as the default method. Oh, no. We're not promoting the default method here. This is a casual playthrough where I'm going to allow myself access to whatever exploits I need to make it fun. You know what? I am going to cancel these so that we get all this sorted before we get at that. It's not the default method. There are other ways to make natural tiles. One of which involves making a hydroponics tile and pumping a small amount of glass into it. That'll make a glass tile, which is a little bit more sustainable, but you do lose the hydroponic farm as well, so you're destroying ore again. The thing is, it's been in the game. These methods for generating natural tiles have been in the game for so long that if the devs didn't want them to happen, I'm sure they would have patched them out by now. There are more unexploity ways to do it. Phosphorite is your way to go. What is the phosphorite method? I don't know that one. If you can't explain it, if you could post a link or a description. Zed! Zed's coming in hot over here. Let's give Zed a shout out. Shout out to Zed3900. Zed, I know you said not to make a big deal out of it, but man, dude, I wish I could give you a big fucking hug. Thank you so much for buying me Hellblade 2. I was just talking about whether or not I should start playing it the day it comes out or hold off and play it on the weekend in place of our Mist. You bought it for me, so what is your thoughts on that? Zed, the LED-loving, game-hoarding quinquagenarian. They're all about first looks and family gaming on Thirsty Thursdays from Fortnite Fun with fam on to Oxygen Not Included challenges. Zed Stream is where you can pull up a drink and pour a chair. I love that now that I can actually read it properly. Expect a mix of factory precision and supermarket chaos, all while getting sloshed in their latest quiet or riot mood board. It's a stream for the 18-plus crowd who love a good gaming variety. I've taken a keen liking to giving emphasis to those interesting little bits there. So we're tackling some nonsense here. Let's prioritize this at a 6 and this at a 6. Let's also do a higher priority sweep of this nonsense. Get it the hell. I know how you like to play new stuff. I would be okay if you wanted to play it day one. All right. So day one is going to be Tuesday, which at the current moment is our Oxygen Not Included day. If you guys are all okay with me taking like Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe if you guys are okay with me getting into Hellblade on Tuesday and playing it until completion and putting everything else kind of off to the side, I'd be all right with that. Also, I haven't been able to sleep lately, and not because of anything crazy, just because I'm healed up enough that I don't need 10 to 12 hours of sleep anymore, and I'm getting back to my schedule where 6 is plenty. And I've talked about it before. I might talk about it again. Maybe we do evening streams for a couple of hours. Maybe we play Ani on Tuesday. I call it at 6 p.m. I go get dinner, and then around 8 p.m. I hop on and play for another 3 to 4 hours in the evening. I'd be up to do that too. But again, Zed, you're in a further ahead time zone. And gosh, thank you so much for, like, paying that close attention. Like, the fact that you know that about me, you know, little story time bit thing. One of the things I always, like, when I was younger and a lot more insecure, not that I'm not insecure, but I've learned to cope with it and, you know, tell that voice in the back of my brain to go fuck itself. One of the things I used to do, and not necessarily the greatest thing to do, please don't do this, I lived out in the middle of rural nowhere, so there aren't really cars, so I want to preface this whole story with that. There's no real danger here. When I felt unloved, insecure, lonely, I used to go and lay out on the street. Not because I was hoping to get hit, but because it was a nice, clear, open space that I could look up at the stars. If a car was coming up my street, I would have known probably like a minute and a half before it even turned on the street, because it would be the only thing going on at the time. And I used to lay there and wonder, like, is anybody actually thinking about me? Does anybody care that I'm gone? Does anybody out there even know that I exist? And I think a lot of us go through that at one point or so in our lives, especially those of us that are neurodivergent. And so to have someone be like, hey, I know you love to play games day one, that means a lot to me. I mean, it's not just the gift, it's the fact that you know me well enough from hanging out and sharing similar stuff to know, hey, Nether likes to get on this stuff day one. So thank you. Thank you very much, Seth. Sorry, a little bit of a cheesy story. Phosphorite melts at 250-ish to liquid phosphorus, and then liquid phosphorus changes states at 44-ish, which is perfect for handling it and not overheating your base. From the wiki, due to liquid phosphorus having a high freezing point, you can easily create natural tiles by melting phosphorite into liquid and then dripping them wherever you want. Very useful for making parks and nature reserves or when using pips in your base. Ooh, I like that, because phosphorite's renewable, because we've got Drecos going. Now talk about some good stuff. I like that. Thank you, Emily. That's really cool. That is really cool. One thing I considered, let's say you're making a sleet wheat farm. Okay, wait. hang on a second. Before I get our guy drowned over here, you no longer need to go out. But Green Thumbs, let's let them go out and move this idiot Slickster away from getting Zed on a 15 streak. Thank you, Zed. You are here. I know even when it doesn't say you're here, you're lurking out there. It means a lot. So what I was trying to get into is that some natural tile creation is more straightforward than the methods that Emily and I are discussing right now, like in a sleet wheat farm, right? If you want to make a sleet wheat farm, you need it to be cold anyway, and as such, you could make ice tiles. You could just drip some water into a nice little like ice cube tray that you make, and then bam, freeze those SOBs. Of course, you've got to have the proper equipment to do so. Yeah, for sleet wheat, just make ice, exactly, and that's gonna do you pretty good right there. So there's the old saying is there's more than one way to skin a cat. I don't know what asshole would ever consider doing something so horrible, but hey, I get the thought process, you know. There are some weird sayings out there, like another one involving cats. Again, I don't know why cats have to be dead in these sayings, but another one is like, let's say something common is happening around you, like, you know, man, there's a whole bunch of taco platters here. You could say something, it's usually referring to other stuff, but you could say something like, man, you can't swing a dead cat in here without landing on a taco platter. And it's just like a kind of redneck way of saying there's a lot of something, you know. Oh, you can't swing a dead cat in here without hitting someone who's neurodivergent, you know. And I'm like, where the hell did people come up with this crap? It's just like, really? Like, what is going on right here? But hey, I don't know where they came from. I just know of them because reasons and stuff. Did we give proper permissions? We did give Green Thumbs permission, set it a high priority. They're milling around here. More importantly, what is the reach of that dead cat when you swing it? And that's why the saying is that, like, a dead cat is not a very large object, so it means that it's so packed in densely with whatever you're trying to talk about that, like, it's right up in your face. Like, if I'm swinging something, let's say the equivalent, say can't swing your hoodie without hitting the Zed, it means that there's so many Zeds crammed into this place that they're right next to me. I don't know. We're getting a little abstract and insane on this topic, but I love it. I absolutely do. Thank you all for indulging my absolute madness of shenanigans. Or I am surrounding you myself. Yes, you've gone ethereal and encompassed the entirety of the space around me, like some sort of unnatural cloud, like a nether cloud. Oh my God! Somebody stop me! Little reach there for a old mask thingy. It's not refinement. What is it to get an oil reservoir? Badumts. Exactly. Oil reservoir. What is oil reservoir under? It's not under power. I'm pretty sure we researched it. It's not under refinement. Definitely not furniture. Stations. Utilities. That's where we're at. Slam that SOB down there. How much power do these bad boys use? These use 240 watts. Now, we are straining our main grid quite a bit already. Potential of 2670. We're going to need to do this, aren't we? Those are noises that I make. My cat, when I make noises like that, where I like suck on my teeth, because I got big teeth, so I can make little like reverse squeaky noises like a mouse, my cat freaking runs right up and looks in my mouth as if I swallowed a mouse or a bug. He's like, what's this? What's in your mouth? It's like, dude, nothing. Teeth are in my mouth. But I love doing it because it gets him all riled up, and he comes over, jumps in my face, and then I grab him, and I'm like, I got you. You fell for my trap. I love that fucking cat. We are going to need to do this, likely. We are likely going to need to do that, right? How much of this stuff do we have? Not enough. Not enough. We're definitely going to have to pump some water in there, so let's start thinking about how we're going to do that. Also, the math, we could do the math on that steam vent in a second here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put one of these sons of bitches in right here. In fact, let's make sure that gets done faster than most stuff. We'll put that at a 9. I want that sorted ASAP. Yeah, Killer, I'm sorry to run you around, bud. Sorry to run you around, but let's get you in there and get that done. Just because I don't want that to interfere with the flow to our current electrolyzer. What's the temperature doing down here? Not bad at all. Yeah, I honestly, like, my brain short circuits with how adorable he is. He's so amazing. I mean, I don't want to say all cats are amazing. There are definitely some asshole douchebag cats out there, just like people, you know? Like, there are some really amazing people, and there are some really shitty people. I think it's a misnomer to think that there are more shitty people than good people out there. I think the good people outweigh the bad people, but the bad people are a little bit more vocal about being shitty than the good people are about being good. But kitties are freaking amazing. I don't know why I got off on a tangent about assholes, but, you know, I often do get off on tangents. I digress often and shamelessly, as I say, quite frequent. What are we doing over here? We're doing coal and phosphorus. Juicy little tidbits all over the place. I got to get a look at what's over here. I keep talking about where I want to put our petroleum boiler, and I'm just getting ahead of myself. I do kind of feel like this lends itself to being a nice little industrial area. But again, we've got this leaky oil fissure up here. And what I keep trying to get to is that if we're going to move our ladder system over to the left to avoid hitting this guy here, which we have to do, or have a secondary system or whatever, it means we're going to get enough space in this area to set up our housing. If we go with 16 dupes, we could do 4 floors of 4 bedrooms and have full bedrooms for everybody, and I think that'll work. So like 1, 2, 3, and 4, because we need 6 interior, so if we count 7, 14, 28, plus the dock is an additional... So we're talking about maybe about 36 tiles from the ladder system. If the ladder... So we're going to need a wall on this guy here. I'd like to leave a space like that. So if the ladder system is here, that's the space, and this is where we have doors for our main stuff. If this is the door, and we go 36 tiles this way, that gets us there. And that is... Yeah, that is damn near perfect. So that's most likely what we're going to do. That'll leave us a little extra space in front of this bad boy. We could then convert our current barracks into our main great hall. We'll probably wind up putting a kitchen on this side, as it's going to be a little short because it's got to be next to the tank for this thing. Again, all of this is speculation and whatnot until we get... We're going to go like that for now. And what I'm doing with this... you know, we can dig through that. I'm good with that. What we're going to do with this is take a little bit of a line across here. Problem being that we then have to put in more of these bad boys. So we'll go boop, boop, skadoop right there. We'll let them get to that in their due time. We're going to put a pipe over here. Like that. Now, do I want to steal power off of this line? I think we can get away with it. I think we can get away. I think we can. I think we can. I think we can. Let's just... It's a little extra. Boop. Blurp, blurp. Squiddy loves the sound of the pipes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So... Oh, I did post an adorable picture the other day of Tachyon. We took a picture of him sleeping on the Minecraft blanket. Linus's wife quilted? I want to say quilted that blanket. I don't know if quilt is the correct term, but it is a thing. I'd like to move this databank. In fact, we can move this databank right over there. Vermin will get out and do that. Did Green Thumbs move? They did. So you do not need door privileges anymore. We'll give Vermin back the door privileges. Is there a picture of Tack that's not adorable? Nope. I don't think that's even possible. So, talking more about blocking this stuff in, it's a pretty commonplace thing. Again, it does help with lag optimization. And everybody's got a little bit of a different approach, right? One of the things I like to do is think about the floor sizes here. So, I like to have at least one tile to the side of my floor, right? Because then if we want to run pipes or wires on that side, we can. We can't do that through neutronium. So let's say we're talking about this floor here. What I generally like to do is put a wall in here. And that means we'd have to brick in all of this, right? And now this wall can have wires running through it. That being said, since this is here, we kind of have to do the same thing on this floor. So that would bring us out to here, right? Allowing us to run wires. And that kind of continues down this whole pattern here in order to be able to run wires. Now, when we get down to here and it's sticking out a little more, since our floor is here, that would move this over to here. And since this is here, theoretically, if we kept going down, we would then go like this. That's how I like to approach it. Remember that there are no hard and fast rules in these type of games. There's just what you like to do. So don't take anything I say, don't take any words that come out of my mouth as law. These are just things that I've picked up and idiosyncrasies I've acquired over time. There's no reason for us to actually even be doing this right now, except for the fact that we're down here and it's going to shove some of the debris. Like, this is going to shove this debris over and drop it down, consolidating a little bit more, which is reasonably unnecessary even, but we're going to do what we're going to do, right? No. What are we doing? So the reason we're plugging this in and consolidating this stuff is we need some crude to turn into petroleum. Let's go over to refinement. We're going to need an oil refinery. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to slap a quick setup in down here. Now, I do believe oil refineries do have an overheat temperature that we're going to have to deal with. Yes, it's 75. So we're going to have to temporarily build a few things out of steel since it's quite toasty down here. Is it 70, 61? It's going to put off enough heat to cause problems. So we're going to reclaim this steel later on, but we're going to make one of these out of steel here. And then, as insane as it sounds, we're going to make a container out of steel right here. We're then going to grab our blocks, and we're going to do a little setup here. B is the copy tool. We're going to do a little setup. Let's put that there. Then let's grab a... commonplace thing is to put two of these things together like this, I think, right? And then put this over here, and then no more in that. No copper. Can we make those? Again, we're going to have to make all of this out of steel and then reclaim it later. Kind of a pain in the ass, so let's make some more steel out of it. Also, we're going to need to dump some liquid in here, water, so that it doesn't off-gas. So we'll actually hold off on these bad boys. Go in here, smack down one of these out of igneous, because it's close by. This is all igneous, right? Yep. Bing, bang, boom. This goes under here. We're going to put in plumbing, snag this. This is going to be output to input, like that.
And we're going to have to put a pump down here, also made of steel. Again, we could get away with gold amalgam if we had any on the map, but we don't, so we do what we do. This can just come down here, over to here like that. That all being said, this system is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. We could either run power from inside, or we could put our own power sources over here. Again, problem with that is, well, you know what, we could want to do that. Before I get out of hand here, let's cancel out these power wires real quick. All right, we'll pump the water from here, but I think, goddamn, if we want to set up local power, how much are all of these power-wise? It makes sense to set up local power. Let's let them keep building. What I am going to do is I'm going to cancel these so they don't actually put this stuff into play just yet. Oh. Okay. We're gonna cancel that stuff. Let's let them do the thing, and let's go do some math elsewhere while I think about this. In fact, let's just cancel that as well. We'll get the pipe over to this because we definitely don't have local water, so we're gonna have to pipe that in. My thought process is we might just want to slam down a couple of coal generators over here to run this as well as the refinement bit. And since we're going to do that, we might want to actually put it up a little, like all just like in one area. But we'd have to build the coal generators out of steel as well. So then where do we smack down a setup? At anywhere we put it, we're going to have to pump stuff, and it's like, which one are we gonna build versus which one are we gonna pump versus blah 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 blah. Let's do a little quick math now. Average output 1.5 kilos. 1.5 kilos. This is 1 kilo. So we can't even support 2 of these, right? Like, we can support 1 of these, 1.5 of these. We're talking about a max of 12 dupes, and that would be pushing it even. Yeah, we would just barely be able to support 12 dupes. So that system we made is definitely over-engineered. We do have some water-positive processes, so I think we want to build an 2 electrolyzer setup and then make use of all of our water-positive processes to make that feed in properly. Yeah, so again, way over-engineered on that 4 electrolyzer setup we were working on yesterday. Once we get water pumping into these guys and burning it all off with petroleum generators, that's going to get us more water. Let me try and do the math on that. So this requires a kilo a second, this requires a kilo a second, that requires a kilo. So, man, we don't really... Okay, let me think about this, okay? That's already twice the water we have on this planet. Like I said, it's a water-positive process, but how positive? If we go over to power and we look for... That's plumbing, not power. Now, look at... Do we have the petroleum generators? Yes, we do. These guys put out 750 grams a second times 5. Wish there was an in-game calculator like Satis, but at least it runs in the background. 750 times 5 is... Wait. What, was I looking at the right thing? Was I looking at the right thing? Petroleum generators. 750 grams. So that's 3.75 kilos? Okay, so then... That's 3.5 electrolyzers. So if we do, a 2 electrolyzer setup and get the industrial sauna pushing, refine that polluted oil, or polluted water. Yeah, we're going to do a 2 electrolyzer setup on this plant and try to keep a little bit water positive. 3750. Thank you, Zed. Zed, the human calculator. Is there anything this man can't do? The answer is no. Well, there's the possibility that he can't not curse, but, you know, that's all right. We curse here on this channel as well. So, if we're pumping... Okay, so we got to pump 3 kilos in, and we get 3.75 out, right? Oh, Jesus. So what we could do is, theoretically, once everything is in full swing, that adds 3/4 to this. So that's basically enough to run a little over 2 electrolyzers if everything is in full swing. Things aren't going to be in full swing for quite a while, so I think we build a 2 electrolyzer setup, but don't go above 8 dupes until we've got the petroleum boiler setup going. Again, we do need to get over to the other planet, but it's kind of gated behind heat over here. In order for this to be reasonably effective, we're going to have to get a regular way down here. We could kind of cut through here. This is not hot territory, but there's a lot of gases to mess with. I kind of want to go about it in a reasonably clean way. But I think goal-wise, I'd like to keep the planets kind of self-contained. The last time we did a longer-term playthrough, the goal was to turn the main planet into a processing facility and just kind of send everything back there. I do like that idea, but I'm honestly thinking that this planet may end up being treated more as a secondary planet, and our secondary planet may end up being our base of operations for larger programs. Usually the radioactive asteroids tend to have a lot more water sources on them. Plus, they've got the bees and a lot of uranium, so we can make a nuclear reactor over there, supplying a substantial amount of power, somewhere upwards of 7.5 thousand. No, wait, 9.5. Wait, 9.5 steam turbines at 800 apiece, so 8,000 minus 400, around 8.5 thousand in power just from the nuclear reactor on the other planet. Shouldn't be too hard to set up. We've done it before. So that's good over there. Over here, we've got the 5 petroleum generators at 2,000, so that's 10,000. So we could, with petroleum on this planet and nuclear reactor on the other planet, we could basically get 10,000, between 8 and 10,000 per planet pretty easily, giving us enough power to do whatever the fuck we want. If we have to, we can pump water over from that other planet, but as long as we keep a low enough population here, I think we can maintain this planet as self-sustainable with the water that we have. We'll have to go through different methods of filtration to get what we want. I would like to boil water instead of running it through a water sieve. We made an attempt at a water filtration system managed by a volcano. It was a very complicated system, but very cool at the same time. What are you picking up over there? Sandstone. To bring it where? Where are you bringing the sandstone, sir? Oh shit, I made these pipes out of sandstone. Oof. Swing and a miss. I'm sorry, I just went inside my head for a minute there. Al over here is just kicking ass. Just like, let me pump this uranium. Let me research. Yeah, basically they've switched out from running on the wheel and then researching to making rad bolts and then researching. How much uranium ore are we still swinging around here? 319 kilos. We had a 400 originally, and we've gone through one of the researches we needed. She's getting into the space stuff we need, and we'll have to get down into this afterwards. Okay. Very doable. We got that. Large liquid fuel. Espresso machine. I'd love to get an espresso machine. Then me and the dupes can both be cracked out on caffeine. Boop, 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 boop. It's getting hot in here, so make an aqua tuner. I'm an insane human. Oh, it's so good. I love lemonade. I gotta get me some iced tea so I can start doing Arnold Palmer's again. That's like one of my favorite things. You get some no sugar lemonade, some lightly sweetened tea, and you just whoosh, bing bang boom. No, you're the best. I'm just a hamster running inside a human skeleton on a wheel to keep the energy going. You don't need to be there. Why were you there? That was unnecessary. You are made of igneous. That's fine. Completely unnecessary, but very fine. We got a lot of ore on this planet and a lot of lead. We're going to start making a lot of stuff out of lead once we have control of temperature in general. Okay, this all being said, we've got a bit of work queued up for our dupes, so let's, cook, please. Give me a cook. Shine nymphs could be good for our radiation research, right? Slow learner, go fuck yourself. Unconstructive, eat a bag of dicks. Hatches? More wild meat? Or do we go shine nymphs? I'd rather just freaking wait till we get to the other planet and harvest some uranium. Let's get hatch eggs. Oh, so that's why Tack tries to rip your face open. Yes, that whole part about there being the sound of small animals in my face, it's probably because there are small animals in my face. Excellent. Our wild meat ranch is going quite well. In fact, do we have any barbecue here? No barbecue. Okay, Green Thumbs is gradually going to get more and more ability to do things and stuff and things. I say we knock out the water in here. Are we going to do straight up water, or are we going to try and layer some things? Do we layer bullshit, or do we just put water in here? Do we put, like, a little bit of water? No barb. Wait, there's no barb? You mean dupe-wise? I'm sorry, you know me. My attention span goes whoop, right in the dumpster when I'm trying to game and play. Now there's a barb. All right, let's get you a barb. You have the option. No options. You are now going to take Ari's name. Ari is our mechatronics engineer. Kabam is actually our mechatronics engineer now. Algae chewer. Mrs. Owl. I can't say Al over here. If I say Mrs., I'll say Owl. No barbecue. But also no crappy barbers either. Do I risk putting you into improved carry too? I don't think you need it. Let's leave you as is for the moment, good madam. Okay, let's rename Ari to Barb. We gotta find Ari. Where are you at, bud? Probably smashing things. No, there's vermin. There's Ari. Ari, your name is now Barb. Barb the mechatronics engineer. Speaking of which, now we could do our first little bit of automation here. Make this out of copper so it doesn't overheat as easily. Slap you down there. Grab a little bit of heavy watt wire and just boop. Now it's going to sort itself out. You are already stifled, so we're going to deconstruct you. It's why we put the Joya in here. Jumping Joya should be good up to 100, so that's a nice advantage. Yeah, so we're gonna put in a 2 electrolyzer spam setup, hopefully before the end of the day today. We will only be leaning on one of those, so it shouldn't be running full time. I will put automation in it to shut down the electrolyzers, because we're going to need some of our water for a few different projects to start off here. We're going to have to split our water supply between our spam and our oil project for a little bit, and like I said, until we get it in full swing. So You know what I would like to do? Is it, what's the temperature in here? Temperature in here is 25°C. What is your livable range, my good flying carpets? 35 to 160. We're talking 25 over here. Okay, I'm going to leave those guys over there. It's likely that the slicksters we have here are going to perish because it's not warm enough to keep them alive, but it is what it is. That is the story. We are going to stick to it. Okay, so again, we need a 2 electrolyzer setup. That will put out enough... That'll be enough for 17 dupes, theoretically. We don't have the water for 2 until we get the oil set up. We're not going to go for 17 dupes. We're going to do 16. So let's, while they work on the projects I've queued up, let's do a little design work, right? This is where we should have done the design work, not when we did it yesterday. So, I'm liking the idea of stacked electrolyzers. I feel more comfortable with those designs, so we're gonna do what we have to do to sort those. So these are gonna be... Wait, if we can stack these, then we don't actually need that tile there. I don't think we need this tile here either. I mean, we were talking to, I think Geek brought up the fact that we need this and this tile and this tile, but I do believe this stack works. Hang on just a hot second here. I guess I could leave this run. I'm gonna quick look over at my YouTube channel and see if I can't grab a glimpse at what we did on the mini map, because there were definitely some interesting mechanics at play there. Okay, if I click on mini base and I look at this, mute that SOB. Oh, it does require that tile above it. Okay. Good deal. This is why we check our previous. Check your work, everybody. Check your work. Nightbot again is posting up the Discord and the YouTube. If you guys want to see my runs in their entirety, all of my RimWorld and Ani runs are posted up there. They do lag behind quite a bit from the stream, so if you want to stay up to date, you should always come to streams. I also put up Magic the Gathering games and highlights, shorts from the streams that are fun and interesting. So if anybody clips anything, that would be absolutely wonderful and much appreciated, because I can use that to put up on the YouTube. If you'd like me to link to your channel or anything like that, I'll try to make sure to give credit where credit is due. Sometimes I get a little overwhelmed, but keep me honest, keep me going, guys. Sorry, I'm a little out of my fucking mind. So buttons. So let's get back to design work, shall we? Before we put that in there, like, we need a tile there, theoretically, right? And then we need these here. If we go like that. How many pumps do we need? We theoretically need 4 for the oxygen, right? So let me noodle with a few things, right? We did something like that. That would be our oxygen. Again, that doesn't allow us any access for automation stuff, but we can noodle with that just a little bit. And then for the hydrogen, we only actually need one. So this actually comes out to be an interesting vertical design we have here, right? So we could put that on the side. But we could also just slap that bad boy down there on the bottom. We need generators, right? We need generators. These aren't going to be firing on all cylinders. These require 240. So that's about 1,000. These require 120. 240, so 1.125 thousand ish. And our hydrogen generators generate 800. So 2 hydrogen generators should, in theory, be enough to sort this whole system out, right? For extra nonsense, we could do that. That being said, if we did want to add in some automation over here, we could put Atmos sensors there. Right? 2 of them for reasons, which I will make apparent shortly. That means we've got space over here, but unnecessary amounts of space, right? Battery, that's the other thing I'm not considering. Battery. So let's say we did want to put in, well, we do have to put in a battery, right? So let's say we put a battery in there. Gas pump goes there. That goes there. Hang on. Let's pause for just a half second here while my brain figures out what I want to do. Put that there. That would put that there. We could put that there. That gives us an Atmos sensor up there and there. That would be interesting. That does leave an empty space here. WTF. Okay, hang on. Let's flip this whole thing on its head. No, sir. Go down here and we snag battery and pump. And that does leave us with a little bit of extra space here. But is it more space than I want? I like having Atmos sensors in here, right? So like do we need Atmos sensors in there is the question. So here's what I'm thinking automation-wise, so anybody can weigh in on this. I like to put an Atmos sensor in here so this doesn't accidentally vacuum out to 0. If it vacuums out to 0, the whole system starts to have problems, obviously, because then the gases just go wherever the fuck they want. Same thing over here. The other thing is that if this place starts getting close to 0, basically that way it would shut down the shut down these pumps and not allow it to go out. That would cause the problem of our dupes not being able to breathe, but at least then we would have the option to turn our algae generating stuff on again. That being said, if it drops below a certain point, we definitely want these to be on, but I don't know that we care. We kind of want these running full time just to pump this whole place full of stuff, right? And then I always like to talk about combining systems. I'm going to let this play. Wait, what work do I have queued? Not enough. Okay. So something like this is kind of got my interest piqued. What we could shift this over, but that just shifts the problem and not the solution. Okay. Okay, let me try something. I know this is going to be a little on the awkward side, but let's just say for the sake of what we're doing here, let's just say we move this guy over to here, right? Now it's got that tile there, and we can go like that. Now, it does make this a little on the awkward side, but it also means that all of this gives us the opportunity. We could theoretically, if we wanted to, go boop, boop, and boop over here, right? That means we could use these Atmos sensors to determine whether this chamber on this side is getting too low or too high, and this one to determine... I think something like this would be good. I can't remember how I want to do the automation in my head. I had a whole plan, but I'm not going to worry too much about that at the moment. So I'm going to do a quick little cut and paste into Discord on that. Fuck it. I will put it up into main chat again. If anybody has any suggestions on how to make it better, let me know. But at the moment, I think given the amount of resources we have on map, that's probably going to be one of our best bets. Now, our guys down here can't actually reach all the projects I've queued up, so we'll do that, get that over there, and we'll let that run. We're going to go over here and start putting water into this bit. We're going to put this at maybe like a 7 priority and keep an eye on it. And we're going to have to do some cheeky build-on-build type stuff just to make it work, probably. Sweetney, you're gone. Thank you, Sweetney. How are you doing this fine, fine day? God, it is getting hot up here. That's fine. It's not hot enough to completely fuck the dupes over, so... Alright, pickled meal is going up, which is good. Now that Barb is actually a mechatronics engineer, let's take a look at their priorities. Okay, so Barb over here was helping with the hauling. We don't need them helping with the hauling anymore. We've got vermin to sort all that stuff out. So I think the secondary thing to operating is here. But I think... do we want to double tick that up? Because there's a lot of operating queued up. They're not the best builder, though. I don't want them doing things that they don't... Well, you know what? Let's double tick up the building. That way we can go based on priority. That's a 5. Yeah, we don't have any crazy operating tasks at a super high priority. So we put this guy at a 6... then Barb should come over and build that, getting us a little less duplicate labor working on that. We've got water coming in over here. I got to make sure to keep paying attention to that. Little bit of a stretch. Little bit of a stretch. Oh, God, that feels good. Ah, that feels good. This tank of water up here is definitely on the toasty side. It's been going through our refinement process here. Again, we're probably gonna have to do a little bit more of that action. Right. One of the reasons we wanted to do this math. So, if we need 4 of these guys, that's 200 steel. 400, 600, counting that. 650 with the hydrogen gas pump. 650 plus another 1600. So 6 is 12. So 2250 in steel to build that electrolyzer setup. So we don't have that, and I'd like to have enough for an aqua tuner. So 23. So we need about 3600 steel. We've got 2K. So we need about 15 more batches of steel. At 70 kilos, that means we need 1,050 iron. We've got that already. Means we need... We've got plenty of lime. Yeah, we've got plenty of lime. Refined carbon, we've got 500 kilos. So we've got that pretty well sorted. Now over here, I think we're going to turn off these just because we don't need the dupe labor over there. We've got plenty of lime sorted already for the processes, and I'd like them to be working at the refining situation. That all being said, we do need a little bit more water space over here. I think what we'll do, just to make this easy, is put one of those there. Right. Okay. Our powerhouse team of 5 dupes is really just knocking it out of the park. Just slaying it over here. Coffee. Well, I may have mentioned this earlier. I don't want to use the chlorine for decontamination purposes. Ideally, what I'd like to do is get a dash of salt vine farm going. If we get a dash of salt vine farm going, it means that we can get table salt and sand by crushing it up. That means we can get a little bit of a bonus morale. I don't think enough, maybe enough with the small amount of dupes that we have, right? Whether or not, that's neither here nor there. The big thing about it is if we do dash of salt, it means we've got salt, which we can crush up and get sand. Sand can be used to make glass and or filter water. If we can get to the point where we're crushing it for sand, and that sand is all going into glass, and that we're pumping all of our water in to be boiled instead of going through a water sieve, we can get nicely ahead on sand, dirt, water, all those things. 180 kilos of copper. We should probably make more copper. Poop? Yeah, we all poop. Everybody poops. Okay. Okay, now that that's in the works... All right. Pay attention, Nether. Pay attention. Let's not overfill this. This is where our attention needs to be real quick. Smashy. Excuse me. Oof. Is the radiation? All right, that depleted uranium's not going nuts. We do have one of these shine nymphs. So, being that we're ranching Drecos, we could build a shine bug reactor for our radiation research. Once we get the main bits done that we need to get done for our current projects, we might pivot out of the current manual radbolt generation and eventually build ourselves a little bit of a shine bug reactor. They are useful, but can definitely be annoying to build, so... We need to start making a tank out of that. Okay, I'm gonna do just a little... Okay, pay attention now there, pay attention. This can go off. We don't need any more here. That's good. That's solid. What we're gonna do then is we're gonna put a tile here. I think I'll let them get to that in their own due time. I'll also put this down here. God, it might be prudent to actually knock this up, because we're going to need some extra steel tied up in some temporary structures as we go through here. All right, all right, all right. Plastic. God, I don't want to do the math. Okay, we need 200 kilos of plastic. Right. Okay. Get the old quackulator going here. So, 200 kilos of plastic. So... half a kilo is 833. Jesus. Okay, hang on. Why the fuck won't my brain work right now? So, we got... 200 kilos, so 20,000 grams, divided by 500 means we need 40 times 833.3. That would be 33,000 grams? No. No. God, I hate doing this math. This specific math. I've done plastic refine. That's why I just wait till I get glossies so many of the times. Okay, so 500 grams. So we need 200 kilos. Divided by 0.5 means we need 400. Jesus Christ, why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? 500 grams. It's the grams to kilos thing. This is what drives me nuts. I know it's like easier math theoretically, but okay. $500 a second. Okay, so 833.3 times 2. So we need 1.666.6 repeating kilos for 500 grams of plastic. Times 10 would give us 5 kilos of plastic, right? We need 200, so that's going to be times 40. So 666. That's not right. That's not right. We don't need... It can't be right. That can't be right. So what I'm trying to do is, if we refine it through the regular refinery, we lose half the mass of crude going to petroleum. So if we need 833 grams to make 500 kilos of plastic, that's 833 grams of petroleum. So we need the 833.3 times 2, we need 1,666 grams of crude to make 500 grams of plastic, right? If we do 10 times that much, that would be 5 kilos, right? Multiply by 10, 500 times 10 is 5,000. 5,000 grams is 5 kilos. We need 200 kilos for a steam turbine. So five times 20 is 100, so it's got to be 5 times 40. So we need to multiply this by 40, right? So that means we need 666 kilos. 666 kilos of crude to make 200 kilos of plastic? That actually sounds about right. And this is what? Oh, okay. So, yeah, I'm out of my mind. 1 ton. We actually have enough crude down here to do what we need to do then. Right? Like, more than enough. So, 1632. 3.2 tons. We've got about like 5 or 6 tons. So, yes. Is that right? Does that make any sense? Yeah, that makes sense, right? Okay. For some reason, I thought that number was a lot... Oh, God. Yes, Emily. Your napkin math is better than my calculator math. I swear to fucking God. I'm pretty sure I got that right, but... Jesus. If we do this over here again, we're going to have to make this out of steel. We're going to have to make this out of steel. Then we're going to have to make a pump out of steel. Pipe out of igneous. I might just be getting too far ahead of myself. Should just focus on making the spam and getting the other Draco ranches up and running. Okay, Nether has lost focus. You know what that means, guys. It's probably a good time to take a little quick restroom break. Often when my focus goes out the fucking window, a good way to deal with that is to take a second, get up, walk around, free the old mind and the old bladder, and then come back and look at it with fresh eyes. I think we focus on getting the spam done, and if we have to set up a stopgap system for cooling, we have to set up a stopgap system for cooling. We'll worry about getting the spam and the secondary and possibly third Draco ranch up and see what happens. If we get a mutation on a Draco, literally we need to shear a glossy Draco twice to get the plastic we need, and it might just be worth putting the time in to wait for that. Again, casual playthrough. We're not trying to rush, right? So I might just let that be what it is. I literally might just wait for the glossy Draco mutation. I turned off the critter fluxomatic so we can't force the mutation. RNGesus may or may not be on our side. Anyway, I put up Bobby's links. Go check him out if you like the music from the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to take a quick jaunt around the house, use the facilities. We'll return back and have some sort of reasonable plan. Thank you all for hanging out. I will see you in just a few moments. Okay, everybody, I'm back. And in reminding myself of the title of the map, Remember to Breathe, two things. We need oxygen. That's the dupes part of Remember to Breathe. The other part of Remember to Breathe is the whole reason I named it that is to remind myself that this is casual. We're not trying to race. We don't have to min-max everything. I know a few people mentioned like nether playing casual is like normal people playing min-maxed. So I'm going to slow down my thought process here. We don't need to race to a steam turbine. We've still got like somewhere between 5 and 7 degrees of temperature before this shit goes out. We've got access to ice and snow up on the top if we have to do some crazy shenanigans to stopgap our way through. And we've got a nice little tank of water here that we can slap an aqua tuner in if we absolutely have to. Hell, if we absolutely had to, we could even slap an aqua tuner into the crude oil. Crude doesn't boil until 400 degrees. We're going to slap an aqua tuner in down here. It's a long fucking pipe run, of course, but we have stopgaps for temperature. So I'm going to completely shift my brain out of stopgaps, and I like the SPOM design we had down here. The image is shared up in Discord. I have the Windows picture viewer up so that I can see what we're doing. So that's going to be our focus. We're gonna work on getting a system built up here. We're going to try and get this Dreco Ranch online. We're going to kind of use our experience here. We're going to wall across somewhere up here. Kind of like fill in some of the gaps down here, put in some domesticated bomb lily. We'll make this into a third Dreco Ranch. We want to go heavy into Drecos so that we can then mutate to get the glossies, and so that we have plenty of reed fiber and some extra meat coming in. We'll make adjustments as necessary, and endgame we'll dial it back or up as need be. That being said, how wide is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 including walls. 11 including walls. So that would be something like right there, right? Now, let's say we want to do an infinite water supply, which I do. This thing is going to output enough to fill a little over 1.5 pipes. Then where we did the math, we can add another 750 to that, so 2.2 pipes. That means, at the end of the day, if we want to make sure we can get all of the water, like if we collect all of the water from the map into a single tank, whether it's infinite or regular storage, we would be looking at 3 pumps if we want to yank every piece of water out there. It would yank it out faster, so we'd have to regulate one of the pipes down, but one of them would have to be dedicated to go into the oil system. The other one would have to be dedicated to go into the electrolyzer setups. These take 1 kilo. Oh, you know what? Fuck me running. 1 kilo per 1,000 grams. This is 1,000 grams. Wait, am I crazy? I am crazy. I am absolutely fucking crazy. Liquid is 10K or 10 kilos per packet. Is that my? Yes. So we only need 1 pump. I'm an idiot. Not an idiot. I'm just. That's where I'm at, right? Yeah. So we only ever need 1 pump then. Sorry, didn't mean to get myself tangled up there. So. You know, I haven't done infinite liquid storage other than the infinite P on that challenge. So let's say we do infinite liquid storage, right? Let's say we build it out of steel just to make sure it's solid as a rock. We could use the neutronium in here to fuck with it. And we would need the manual airlocks. So something like that with a spout in here. Now, in theory, we would probably want to make this only a single tile to dump stuff into. There might be a way we can use... We could layer things on top of this. I'm trying to think how we could get away with not having to pump the liquid into the infinite storage. And I've never tried that before, so let's think about that. Casual is for things we've never tried before, right? So let's say we tried to do it that way. We put a pump in there, we put this like that. If we put this here like this, then put a tiny touch of CO2 there. No, that wouldn't work because it would just push upward, right? How do people do that? How do people do that? Okay. I don't know how people do that, so maybe I don't fuck with it too hard. That being said, if we're gonna put if we're gonna put infinite storage, we might as well bolt it on to the neutronium and make use of the neutronium, right? Not enough like that. Okay. What if... What if we put that there? That goes there. That goes there. No. Sorry, guys. I never do this, so this is why it's going to take me a minute to sort out. If we do that and put a spout there, then that gets us our infinite liquid storage as long as there's a small piece of gas there, which shouldn't be too difficult to sort out. Right, right. Then that would mean, in theory, we would want to wall this in, right? In theory, we'd want to wall this in. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Do we have work queued up for these assholes? I'm going to let this play. Let's queue up a little bit more work for them. We'll plan while we work, right? That way we're making best use of our time here. Slap that bad boy in there. This looks like we got it to do what we want it to do, so if we dig that, they'll be able to get in here and we can start working on this Draco farm. Fantastic. Once they dig this up, we'll ladder system up here, wall in some of this space up here to force down the gases, and this whole thing will become a little bit of a Draco farm, odd-shaped, but useful nonetheless. Okay. So then while they're working on that, they're also going to build that. This is here. I don't know that we need this right now, but we're going to need it eventually anyway, so not the worst thing that we built that. Excellent. Very excellent. So, plan-wise. What I'd like to do is put insulated tile, probably like right up to there, and then come down here. So if we do... I think this would work. I mean, the gas might get crushed into a single tile. Oh, hold on. What if we did this and that? Alright. And then if we're going to insulate this whole thing in... Not quite. Not quite. Alright, let's try this from a different approach. Again, we're letting them work in other locations while Nether's brain does the thing. So let's say we're doing that, and we want that shape there. That puts this here. that there. This becomes the infinite storage. And we need a second... We need a pump here, and we would need a pump to get it in, right? This pump could theoretically go right next to this, right? Okay, I've got an idea then. If that pump goes right next to it, that would create a little infinite storage pocket there. I don't like that. I could get away from using the neutronium, I suppose, but I like the idea of using it and keeping it small. Yes. What we're gonna do is turn off these door privileges entirely. Nobody needs to come out here just yet. That means I can design without the stress of the dupes fucking around. Excellent. That makes my life a lot less stressful. So... okay, so if we're looking for an infinite storage in general, we're looking for something that provides us with a very specific shape. Like, we could do something like that. Okay, that's one way of laying that out. The other way of laying this out would be what? It would be like... 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8. This uses 7, this uses 8. Although this is also larger, I don't like that. It's a little more aesthetically pleasing, 2, 4, 6, 7. Leaves this gap here. But, okay, so hear me out. Let's say we use this, right? Already in my own way. I'm trying so hard, guys. Thank you so much. I tried so hard, but I got so far. All that nonsense. So then we come back to this situation where that's like that. That would be backwards. Okay. Let's say then we do it off the edge here, right? That would be the oh, okay. Okay, I'm not opposed to that. That's interesting. Right? We would need to get the water in here, but that wouldn't necessarily be difficult. So we're going to wind up wanting to insulate this. That would be the infinite storage bit. We can't build here, right? Oh, we can. Okay, so then what if we put a pump here? Now, that creates a very awkward shape, but could work. The pump would pump all that. We do have to put in some sort of reasonable way to cool that. Ugh, I hate it. For now, we're going to leave it an open tank. We'll work on the electrolyzer specifically. Athletics, creativity, iron gut, unempathetic, noodle arms, iron gut. Everybody's iron freaking gut. We're going to take the algae because that could help with our space program. We're never going to find an actual cook. Never going to find an actual cook is just kind of what it feels like over here now. We need to... You're wild. Good. We need to disable this building at a reasonably high priority. Right? Because I don't want them actually ranching this critter. What I want is them to move this critter here at a very high priority once it comes into range. Might be a little difficult, but it is what it is. Okay. I got this. I swear I got this, guys. Thank you all for hanging out. Exciting times to be alive. We can put that there to get over to this side. That being said, we would need to get through here. There's nothing planted there. So we could put this here. That will help us with our air problems, will it? See, I don't want the hydrogen from over here to escape. We might have to actually liquid lock in between here to go over here as well, just so these gases don't go between. How many critters do we have in our current ranch? 7 critters. Dang. That spun up real quick. How many critters do we have in this ranch? 9, which means they're probably cramped and not happy. Tame and trust. Can drop him off over there as well. You know, they won't replace themselves. They'll eventually starve out because they're tamed, but rather not keep people cramped. Or animals cramped, as it were. So now this room over here is 109. Get down to 96. We need to take out 13 tiles. 13 tiles would be 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so... Right, these are unreachable builds, so we're gonna go like that to get ourselves access. Uh-huh. So 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that whole spam could fit right over in this corner. It is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tall. 12 tall. So if it's 12 tall with walls, that would be down to here. We could absolutely butt it right up against this thing. Like, let's say we put the wall of the electrolyzer in here. And then put a tank down here. I'm overthinking this, and I know I'm overthinking this. I really like making space-efficient designs. That's why I like the design we just came up with for the electrolyzer, because at most it's one wasted tile. And, you know, we could, we might be able to use that tile for something as well when I think about the automation, which I'm not going to think about real quick. Yeah, there's going to need to be a lot of work done over here. And I'm out of coffee, everybody. Out of coffee. Never let that stop you, though. Huh. It's like Nether. Why is this so important to be so space efficient? I was like, it's not technically. I'd like to cut this off right at the top here, giving us the maximum amount of room to do space shuttle activities, right? This does need to... So, that being said, we've got this here. This space is more versatile, because there's nothing in here that's, you know, between this and this. This is all space that we could use for whatever we want for the base. A cool kitchen, whatever the case may be. Rec room, etc., etc. So if we build this with the intention of going this way and squeezing it in between the neutronium on the left and this geyser, we've got this nice little box area, basically, that we could just make our water and spam happen. And I like that. That's just kind of like right up my alley as far as how we do things. The hard part about it for me is the fact that this isn't all cleared out. If this was all empty space, that's another story completely, but that would require us to do quite a bit of damage to this area above here. So I think what I'm probably going to do is spend a little bit of time in here, coming across from up here, and then building in over here. So that this area starts above where I want the top of our water area. Okay, that brings into focus what I want to accomplish here. So that's a little bit over. Okay, we're going to make this a higher priority than most things, and we're going to build this down. That's perfect for what we're trying to do. And we are going to pull one of these guys over here. Do I want a secondary liquid lock over here to not let these gases flow, or do I just want to cut across and let it be what it's going to be? This is a huge space over here. This is 85 tiles, and if we break into here, that's another 28. Then we can kind of put the ground across this level. Yeah. So if we start here and go across like that, crack this open, let that hydrogen go up. It's kind of a reasonable way to approach it. But then the problem is we want to build up to trap the chlorine. It might be more trouble than it's worth to try and make this a third Draco Ranch. I think what might be most useful is if we dig over here, move that guy to our wild pile, and then maybe put a gas pump here and pump all of this gas over to this section. Turning this whole area into a vacuum. We could put the bleach stone underwater or let it off gas over here and pump it over. If we pump all this chlorine and hydrogen over here, that's cool. We could also start talking about where we want that infinite gas storage and just start setting it up and filtering the gases into it. That might be a good plan as well. Okay, we've got a couple of ideas we gotta make work of here. These guys, are you ever going to snag this? Okay, Green Thumbs is on it. And then we'll start building downward. I want to push this gas down. This hydrogen would help. All right. Okay. Making the assumption that this is going to come down by 12. Right? So that would more or less be the size of our spawn. We could theoretically... We could almost fit 2 of them there, but we're not going to. If we build it off of the wall, that gives us a little bit of space in here. So let me get my marker out, so to speak. Let's give a tile above. Above. Do I want... You know what? I'm going to lose my mind. Do we need to build that right there? I kind of like the idea of either building it on this side and then having something happen over here, or building it on this side and letting it happen over here, but being as close to the top as possible. Again, we're going to have some sort of like little blade of radiant pipe coming in there to help the steam turn into liquid at that point. Okay, I think I got a handle on this. I'm going to turn up my music just a little bit, just get a little bit more groove going, and I'm going to say thank you again for hanging out, guys. So, yeah, I like the idea of kind of nuking this area, getting all the gases over to where we can use them. It might overpressure. How much chlorine is in here? I don't... It might overpressure that whole area a little bit. I don't really want to do that. So yeah, let's talk about where we're going to put the gas sorting system. I kind of like the idea of putting it under the spawn. So if we are going to put the roof here, then this is going to be the level right next to that nugget right there. So this is going to be like the level of the bottom of our spawn, and this is like basically... Basically what I'd like to do is, this area is the liquid tank, storage, and spawn. This is like water and spawn area right here, right? With that, I'd kind of like to put our infinite gas storage grid under here. We can make use of these tiles, but it's not... I kind of like to just wall these in. Like I said, I like to leave one tile, but it doesn't matter because we're not going to break into it. Huh. And that would leave us plenty of room up here. Ideally, I'd probably make these out of obsidian. Higher melting point, so when we put rockets up here... I mean, we're trying to give it as much space as humanly possible, but... okay. That's a thing. How many tiles is in here? 103. Still need to keep building downward. Now what we could do is we could come at this from underneath and kind of just build this up to that point. Like, build this tile and then, you know, leave this tile and that tile, break that tile, and then just kind of push all this up to this point. And then we have a nice area to work in. This is vacuum. Yes. Okay, I like that plan. That is going to be our plan. So... our bottom tile is going to be there, and we want to do that. So we can then just, yeah, that'll be the plan. Let's push this gas up through here using the corner building technique, and let's just get ourselves a nice clean area to work with. We'll call it that. Igneous rock. We're going to bing, bang, boom that stuff in here. We might have to come at this from a couple of angles, right? Right, so like if we try to fill this area... Okay. 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 I swear I'm gonna make this make sense. So we come through here. Okay, this I can start unlocking the... Okay, so we can allow killer in and out. I don't think we have to allow anybody else out. Yeah, we'll let vermin clean up the base. We'll allow killer out to here. That'll allow them to build this tile. Then we dig this. We dig out this. No, this. Yeah. Dig down there. Dig there. Once that's built, we dig this tile. Etc., etc. All right, all right. Basically, dupes can build through corners. So once we dig out to here, they can build this tile. That means we can dig out... And if you dig out the tile that the plant is in, it breaks the plant. So they come over here, build this tile, come down here, break that tile, then build a tile there, and we just kind of gradually work our way up. The pinch of pepper is going to get in the way, so we'll have to come at that from the other side. So we're going to build at that stuff. Yeah, okay, I've got ideas. Well, it's going to be a slow process, so we'll just work with killer on that. We'll break out this area, and we'll start putting our gas storage and sorting over here. What I want to do is kind of build a couple on top, an access area that's about 3 tall, maybe 4 tall in the middle for them to walk in, where we're going to put our shutoffs and gas sensors, because we're going to go lo-fi on our gas sorting. And then another row on the bottom. So, you know, like, how many gases do we have? Chlorine, hydrogen, oxygen. Chlorine, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide. Actually, we don't have a lot of gases. I might just do a row and then put the sorting underneath. I think that might be how we approach this. Either way, we've got to get the space ready to go, and that's what we're going to work on. We'll build kind of backwards. Infinite gas storage up to clearing out the spam area. The thing is doing it this way, if we're building the infinite gas storage, we could just theoretically pump everything in, but because of where I want to put it, yeah, you guys know. It's a whole thing, right? Anyway, sorry about that. I kind of went off the deep end there. It seems to be that about half of the stream in the beginning is me, like, gung-ho, ready, having ideas, handling business, and then the second half is me second-guessing and questioning every thought I come up with. No research focus, so we're making rad bolts for no reason. I am so sorry, dupes. Shit. Let's undo that for now. Wasting uranium. Okay, so now over here we're down to 99. We need to get rid of 3 more tiles. I'm thinking we go boop, and then just like that. That'll do. Once those get built, this will be 96, so it'll officially be another ranch. We can go through and change that. Because we've got a while. This is our timer, so to speak. So we've got all of our steel made for our projects. This water level's at a nice way. We could pump this water in over here. It would up the temperature a little bit, but we've already got pretty high temperatures over there, so maybe we do that as well. We take the water we were going to put into here and we just run it backwards into there. Decisions, decisions, decisions. There's too much decisions, guys. I do better with restrictions than I do with decisions. Decisions are crippling to me. There's a video I shared with Barb earlier today where there's an ADHD couple. They're kind of like the famous ADHD couple shorts. I never remember their names, but the woman has like blue and black hair, and her husband's got tattoos. And he's like, babe, we've got a few hours. Do you want to go for a walk or watch a film? And she's like, well, actually, what I'm probably going to do is sit here and think about both of those options until we don't have time to do any and feel terrible about it or something like that. And that's basically how I am. If we've got only one option, like this is what we have to do, then you just buckle down and get it done, right? But if you've got multiple options, it's like, okay, so we've got multiple options, and then I'll just sit there and hem and haw and go back and forth on the whole thing until I've completely crippled myself and I don't know what to do anymore. I would like to get this water put to good use, so let's do that too. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a liquid bridge right here. And then we're going to move this, not move, but we're going to do a little of that. And we'll just reconfigure this pipe so we're pumping water from here over to here, prioritizing this water, and then bringing that water in as a secondary source. That way this tank doesn't get used up first. We use up the water that we've already heated up through refinement. Yay! Ideas! I'm getting things done. So we have 27 critters in this room, which means there should be 27 critters right on that tile. Right, the hatch that's glum there is the tame one I just slammed over there for no reason. This should be a ranch now. This is a ranch at 96 tiles. Excellent. They will start ranching those. We will manually move things. We've got 7 critters over here now getting shaved. That's pretty excellent. In fact, we can actually move this over here. The move critter command is pretty freaking awesome, I gotta say. Coal. Bleach stone is light blue. Okay. Bleach stone is the bane of my existence. I try so hard not to let chlorine into the main base. We've already got an open-air electrolyzer, so we've got hydrogen in the main base, which is fine enough, I suppose. But it's a whole thing. Like I said, I'm a big fan of trying to combine systems. The fact that we're using infinite storage, I kind of want to change the electrolyzer design just a little bit so that we could pump hydrogen and or oxygen into the system from what we're doing, but I don't think we actually have to. So that comes down to, what are we storing in infinite storage? Is there a reason? Carbon dioxide is going to eventually get fed to the slicksters. Chlorine should eventually get fed to something else. Oxygen for the dupes. Hydrogen can go... Huh. Very huh. I am breaking my own brain at the moment. I'm over here like, yeah, we should do infinite gas storage. I'm like, what gases are we going to infinitely store? Hydrogen and oxygen are going to be in the SPOM. If we have extra, we could fucking dump it into space. If we have just like a little bit of extra hydrogen and we can't get it to go anywhere useful, we could just blast it into space and be done with it, because we'll be producing oxygen and hydrogen forever. Oxygen's always useful. If we have extra, we could just dump it into the base. Even if we decide to do, like, we need ceramic, right? So if we're going to use the polluted water from the petroleum generators to generate ceramic and then purify some of it to turn into more water for our systems, we could put the filtered oxygen directly into the base and just bridge on the SPOM so that the oxygen coming from that process is prioritized and gets dumped into the base, right? So we don't need to get it into the SPOM. So basically where we're at is that I don't want to deal with the chlorine. Somebody say something. Somebody tell me to calm the fuck down. Spam. Spam, spam, spam. Does that mean that I want to try and delete all of this gas, basically, is what it's coming down to? Do I want to just corner build and delete this gas to avoid my problems with injecting chlorine into the system? Or do I want to just go ham and or do I want to just rip this place apart, pump the gases out somewhere else, and let it be future Nether's problem? I mean, future Nether can deal with it. Like I said, we could just delete gases. I've got a fun, cheeky little idea, actually. What if we just crack open space? What if we just vent all of this into space? Like, I know that sounds absolutely insane, but it gets the gases out of our way with minimal effort. It probably won't... It won't vacuum out very fast, will it? Custis, what's going on? How you doing? I'm questioning my own sanity over here, trying to decide what I want to do. I've got a general idea, but since we haven't strip-mined out the entire map, I'm kind of just option paralysis mode. How you doing today? Welcome on in. Cheers. I gotta drink more liquids. I'm trying to decide how much I give a shit about releasing hydrogen and chlorine into this section over here. It won't get into the base because we've got a liquid lock. And how much I would want to make a third Dreco ranch over here, which I don't think we really need to get into. Okay, so basically what this comes down to is effort now versus effort later. If I crack into this and release these gases, then when I go to do all the work down here for the oil, then we have to vacuum those areas out because they'll have chlorine mixed into them, and that just sounds like a massive hassle in a much bigger area to deal with. I think we do a little bit of this building to push the gases around and manipulate them, and then we either pump them into a temporary gas storage, or delete them entirely by dumping them into space. I am truly thinking right now that we just two gas this system. We create temporary gas storage for the hydrogen and chlorine up here. Start filtering it in. Get this place fully vacuumed out of hydrogen and chlorine. Although that does leave the problem that it's connected down here to carbon dioxide. So if we come in from this side... What's the pressure on these guys? 10 kilos per tile is the maximum on those. Okay, I've got an idea. I've got a plan. I've got just the littlest bit of a plan here. Let's put you... Let's put you there. Let's delete 2 tiles there, which means we're going to need to take 2 tiles and put them here, right? Then down here... Put one of the... Okay, okay. We are going to dump it into this Dreco ranch and just kind of clear it out of here. It'll be a whole little process, but I got it. Okay, guys, I finally made some decisions. Aren't you proud of me? Put one of those there. Dig this bit out. And then we're going to have to run a pipe over to here. That's going to be a thing, right? Printables, do you have a cook for me? Please have a cook for me. 5 strength, 4 cuisine, radiation eater, green thumb, unpracticed, loud sleeper. I hate you, Rowan. I hate you, Rowan. Can't do digging. Green thumb, masterworks, cuisine, machinery, and piloting. God, I am so much trying to get what you... I don't want to say the perfect dupes, but I want really good dupes. If we're going to keep the population on this planet between 8 to 16 max, and really we got to stay at 8 for as long as possible, given our current math on oxygen generation with this steam vent, I'd prefer not to get dupes that don't fit into the right category. We don't need diggers, because this planet doesn't have a lot of digging. Once we get a few systems set up, we're just going to strip mine the whole place, and I'm pretty sure Killer's dupe can handle that no problem. I don't want Rowan over here. If he wasn't a loud sleeper, I'd probably take him, but that loud sleeper is going to be annoying. I think once we have actual bedrooms, it won't be the worst thing in the world, but I'm just not willing to deal with it right now. Marie is just a no-go entirely. The fact that Meemaw can't do digging errands isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, because as I said, we don't need a whole fuck ton of diggers, but we also already have someone who can side into art, so we don't need her art. She's not going to be piloting, so we don't need that. So she's operating, cooking, and agriculture. The cooking and agriculture and operating are cool, but I feel like it's a rough fit, and I'm tempted to take it because we've needed a cook for a while, but currently Green Thumbs is handling it, and we're not hiring anybody else till we hire a cook. None of these guys are looking good for anything else, so Sandstone it is. We're going to be at 5 dupes for a long time. Seems to be the number that I tend to land on is 5 dupes. I don't know why. I can reasonably easily get over to 5 dupes, but getting above 5 dupes always proves to be a little bit of a chore. Now... So what we're going to do is we're going to dig a tunnel over to here, from here, right? Okay, we're going to dig a tunnel over to here. We're going to set up a little overpressurization system here. The stuff can go through the door. Once we've built a pump over here and broken through to this area down here, then we'll wall this in and start pumping the gases over here into this area. That will... It won't overpressure it. I mean, it'll overpressure it for the dupes, though. They're not going to be happy. They'll get popped eardrums in there. Let's shift this a little bit then. We'll put a wall here. Or no, we'll put a wall here and we'll put a wall here after the fact. Just work a little backwards on this. Okay, I like that. Stopgap solutions to problems, right? For fun, you could build a door pumping system. I could. You're absolutely right. So, basically, Custis, what I'm trying to do is, since this is here and our neutronium is here, I'm trying to basically build a spam / water tank setup here. I've got a design I posted up in the Discord for the spam that I want to use. Squiddy raiding with a party of 6. Welcome on in, you absolute madman. Squiddy is raiding in from playing some Roblox. What has FrostyBot got to say? Dive into the icy cool world of Squiddy WTF. They're all about the chill vibe and gaming with chat, whether it's Roblox PFA session or a zombie slaying nightmare mode adventure. From grinding guns to fanning horses, they're fanning horses. What are you doing over there, Squid? They've got the variety that keeps viewers coming back for more. And don't forget those custom emotes. They're as unique as Squiddy's game style. What's up, bud? How you doing? Welcome on into the madness. You came at a good time because I'm just kind of getting past my own nonsensical BS about this project. Had to make some decisions on how we're going to approach a few things, and I think I've got some decisions made. Door pumping system. Do I want a door pumping system? I stole my emotes from FA Artist. Well then. Okay, igneous works because we've got igneous here. This is going to be a weird situation. Sunburst is now following. Thank you, sir. I see the DJ in front of your name. What do you like spinning? You hip-hop, metal, a little bit of a polka guy? What's your favorite flavor of spinning those records? Your energy is just what we need to keep our colony thriving. Thank you, Frosty. Frosty is a good bot, a very good bot. We're going to attack this from 2 angles, right? This is such a weird thing that I'm doing. I think we just put in one of these guys. Run that over there. Just overload our main grid just that little bit more. I'm going to set this up with water. Anyway, basically, we're doing my version of casual. On the last challenge playthrough we did, by 100 cycles, we had a fully stabilized colony with food sources and cooling units and all of that. We're taking it a little bit slower this time around. We're doing some shenanigans. We don't quite have the situation that I'd like to have. Pretty much everything you're looking at right now is temporary but functional. What we're going to do is we're digging over through our Draco Ranch. This is our second Draco Ranch. Our first one just spun up to full speed. We've got 7 or 8 craters in here, moved a couple over here. What we're going to do is dig over here, snag all of the bleach stone, and drop it in over here, I think, into the ranch. Just in case we need it for later. We're going to build in from this side to kind of crush this. You know what? No, we don't need to do this. This is unnecessary micromanagement. We can focus on other projects. So what we're going to do is we're going to dig across here, build a little ladder system, dig out a bunch of all of this nonsense, open up this space a little bit, and then let this gas pump into here. Once we've dug all this out and removed all the bleach stone, so we're not pumping an infinite supply of chlorine, we will put a wall right here, or right here. It doesn't really matter. And another one right here so that we don't overpressure this area so much that our dupes' ears are popped. It's bad enough that they're going to get eye irritation and have to hold their breath. Can you walk me through your polluted water systems, like going out of the bathrooms? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So mine are interspliced with my carbon skimmer. So I'll show you my priorities. It looks more complicated than it is because we've got other systems. So let's start from the toilets, right? All the toilets go up here, giving it a little bit of space, and then come over to this guy, which it is backing up a little bit. It's a good thing you said something. Are these... Hang on. I am going to have to add a few things. Hang on. Thank you for coming in, Squid, because I need to change a few things real quick. So, what we do is we send the polluted water up. You can ignore this input. It's from the carbon skimmer for now. Send the polluted water up over to our water sieve. If you have access to thimble reed, you just draw this through into these and plant thimble reed here. Since I don't have access to thimble reed, I actually overflow the clean water to bristle blossoms instead. These guys are priority. So when the water is flowing through a pipe, and it sees a bridge, like over here, the water's coming out of the pump and it hits this bridge. So it will always prioritize sending the water over the bridge, and once this pipe is full on the other side, it'll then push it through here. I'm gonna get distracted while I do this because I had stuff I was working on. Right. So polluted water gets in here, gets filtered, comes out. It will prioritize this bridge and go down here. And then once all these pipes back up, the overflow will get fed to the plants because it's a water positive process. This bridge prioritizes filling the toilets. And at the end of the day, that's all you need for your closed loop toilets. This extra one here does the same type of overflow. Oh, that's why my overflow wasn't working. Never mind. I don't actually need to plant another thing. The reason I have this second overflow system, it prioritizes the toilets first, and then anything extra overflows down here to the carbon skimmer. The carbon skimmer then sends its polluted water back up and bridges on here, so that the toilets will first and foremost go over, so they won't clog. And then once the toilet lines have cleared, the carbon skimmer puts it back on. So this little bend here, you can ignore this and just have a straight pipe going here. So the main thing that matters is this overflow. And if you're overflowing polluted to thimble reed, you basically just have a straight line from this output to your inputs on your toilets, and then you just draw through this to the thimble reed. So actually, I'll draw you a simplified version because it's a little easier. We have toilet. We have sink. And we have water sieve, right? And the way the pipes are going to work, the reason we go up is so that we have room. If you go straight over like this type of thing, you don't have enough room. So you got to give it a little space. And so that's your polluted water out of your toilets into your water sieve. This comes down. You can go straight through, but in order to give yourself a little bit more extra pipe to buffer, I like to go like that. That's the basic setup, but since it's positive, if you have thimble reed, you put, I think one will work, but I always go two just in case right there. And then this, that's the whole system. Obviously, you can add more toilets. So this will always go into the water sieve first, and if the water sieve can't take the water, the polluted water will overflow and the thimble reed will eat it. The reason I can't do that is because I don't have thimble reed on this map. So what we do instead is, instead of putting this overflow here, we snip this here and we add a bridge. Let me put it so it's easier to see. Doesn't matter where it comes out, right? So say we draw the pipe like that instead. Same idea. If you don't have polluted water, if you don't have thimble reed, but you have bristle blossom, you build it like this, right? Same thing how see how it's going through the input here? The same way this would overflow, if you go through this input, whether it's this way or this way, it'll always go into this pipe first. So your toilets will prioritize water, and then you can take water out this side and go over to something that drinks clean water. You could theoretically dump it in a water tank, but it'll be clean water with germs in it. It'll be non-polluted water with germs in it. So I feed this to bristle blossoms because they eat clean water, if that makes any sense. I often draw this for space saving where it overflows here and then goes out type of thing. But that's the basics of the system. And probably more options than you needed, but... and the carbon skimmer is basically just another toilet, right? If you were to put the carbon skimmer here, you could just treat it as another toilet, but you want the carbon skimmer down low in your base. This was the bottom of my base for a while. I could move it down even further. And so, because the carbon skimmer is over there, I kind of got this long extra pipe that rotates back and forth. You can see this carbon skimmer is sending polluted water back up to the same source. I do this because power is not as easy to come by early game. Since it's water positive, it can feed plants on top of feeding the toilets. Yes. Now, it doesn't feed a lot of plants. Like, this isn't even enough to keep these two growing full time. But yes, you can get about 1, maybe 2 plants not full time growing. For bristleberry, you've got to throw in a lamp because they need light. Thimblereed gets you reed fiber, which is what you use for the suits. But since I don't have it, I'm ranching Drecos for Thimblereed. That gets me the stuff I need for the suits. You shave these guys, you get the same thing Thimblereed gives you. So, you know, variety. Once you know your way around a little bit of the mechanics, you can make minor variations to it and get away with it. I just need to play with this game and fail a few times. Yeah! Being bad at something is the first step to being really good at something. Isn't that what Jake from Adventure Time says? Amen. So, I'm just doing nether things. None of this needs to be nearly as complicated. If I was Francis John, I'd probably have this entire map demolished, gases everywhere, and not giving a shit about it. And letting future nether sort it out. But, I like... Oh, shit. Desperately need a cook. All right, you guys are going to be allowed to eat. You guys are going to be allowed to eat raw food because I don't want you to starve to death. Caught that just in time. This is a lie up here because we're not feeding them muckroot, and our person who's cooking is also doing our ranching, so they're running into an issue where we don't have enough stuff. Basically, my version of casual is a lot different than most people's version of casual. I really should have them getting into suits if they're coming over here to do this. Having them hold their breath like that is going to be a problem. Right? Right. And of course, I have other systems in place over here that get in the way of me doing that. 101 Cycles, the sequel to 101 Dalmatians, right? God, it has been a lifetime since I've even remotely thought of that movie. Never seen it. I saw it once or twice. My little sister really liked that movie, so it wound up getting played a few times in my family. But I never really got into it myself. Okay, all these little blue bits have to get dug out. And we're gonna put that there. Do I have bleach stone in here? I do, and it's not off-gassing, which is good, but I don't want to run it through the base. So you are gonna stay there. This will be something else. Okay. This is way too much. They're just gonna hold their breath the whole time. Alright, Nether's gonna get his dupes killed. Let's see how we can deal with this. Sorry. Never seen... Okay, sorry. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to think of a way I cannot kill my dupes and still get the work done I need to get done. Dumb question. Is there anything other than hydrogen and oxygen over here? Alright, we're gonna do some things. We're gonna take the building priority on all of this down a notch. We're gonna let them deconstruct this, and we're gonna put a quick little suit dock in over here so this work can actually get done properly. What we'll do is we'll make use of the fact that we have this pump over here. Might be a little bit of risky business, but I'm willing to do it. Because we need the space done appropriately. Like, the work I want to do over here, and I don't know why I want to do it this way, it's just kind of how I want to do it. It's going to take longer than if we do it other ways, but at the same time, it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I'm just kind of having fun with it, which is why this is a casual playthrough, first and foremost. Copper, 180. How much does one of these cost? 100. That's proper. And then a suit dock costs another 100. So we kind of need more copper or to build it out of lead, and I don't want to build it out of lead. So let's get another, like, I don't know, like 5 batches of copper. That should be fine. How much water is here? That'll do. That will do. The blubs, squid. Sweep only. Bleach stone. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a little suit dock over here. We're going to use the fact that this is pumping oxygen through the base to fill the suits over here. This may mean that we need to... Do we have more reed fiber? We have plenty of reed fiber. So let's go into copper Atmos suits. Let's build 2 more of those sons of bitches. How much does it produce? 100 kilos per, so that's an additional 500 kilos. Let's knock that up to a 10. Alright, Barb is sleeping. Barb is sleeping. Okay. We do have a Name the Dupes redemption down there, but we are currently fully named up till we bring on more dupes. I'm desperately trying to find a good cook, because at the moment, nobody is cooking other than our rancher farmer guy. We're producing enough calories. We've got 33,000 meal ice. It's just a matter of it getting cooked quick enough to get put into the bellies of our people. So, yeah, it is a little bit of a thing, right? 9 critters, not the best situation. Who's old here? 62. You can get moved whenever you get moved. Not worried about it. So we're going to get a little bit more copper done up. We're going to put in 2 suits over here. We're going to use the air from this. It should already be on the line. The maximum potential of this is 2,730, but if we look at it, we're rarely ever using more than 440. Things only use electricity when they kick on, right? Now, this is a little bit of a risk, and I can put in an additional filter, but if this pumps anything over here other than oxygen, it'll cause damage to the suits, but this thing has been running a long time, and all it does is push oxygen. These suits are actually filled up, so I'm going to do our little manual snippy over here, so that's not wasting power. Yeah, that's good, that's good. That'll do the trick nicely. So this thing is literally shoving all the hydrogen over here, and then anything else goes this way. But the only gases we have up here are hydrogen and oxygen. It's not likely that we're going to have anything else over there, so I'm willing to risk a little bit on that. Are you going over to work at the refinery, please? Oh, and then I made everything backwards. Oh, God. Okay. Nether is screwing up hard over here. I actually need this water to come in this way. We need a different water system. Okay. Remember I had that pipe? I was like, oh yeah, we've got plenty of metal refined. We can just take the water from up here and move it and send it to our spam. So blah 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 blah, right? Well, the problem is we actually need to get the cooler water in here and shift it up here, so I've got to build some extra pipes, so we'll do that. What'll happen now is this will connect here. So we'll need that. Okay. Yeah, okay. That'll do overflow priority properly. As long as we don't overflow up here, which if we're doing this right, we really shouldn't. Alright. So I'm drawing these extra pipes in because what we have to do is be able to take cold water, pump it in here for coolant, dump out the hot water up here, and then send that into the spam using this pump. We had repurposed the input pipe for the refinery to output to here because I was like, oh, we've made enough metal. I'm trying not to make more metal than we need over here, but now we need extra suit docks. The other option would be to build the suits out of lead, but, you know, being that all of this is topped out at 45, 50 degrees, and the lead is about somewhere between 60 and 80 degrees, I would prefer to build it out of I'd prefer to build this pipe and run this system like this than to have the system built out of lead that's all down in this area. This was a nice hollowing out project, got us the fossil we needed to make the steel. We've got 4 tons of steel, so once we actually get the space to do the projects we want to do, we can do them. We have the materials, just not the space is where we're at right now. Which is simultaneously awesome and frustrating at the same time. I do wish we had more hands on deck, but we need a full-time cook before we can really go anywhere with this. Our person that's got a side in cooking is not doing enough of it. As their skills increase at everything they're doing, they'll be able to handle more, but the faster they get at husbandry and farming, at the same time we're producing more animals and building a second ranch, so they might have more skill to do things faster, but they also have more animals to take care of. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like we could get ahead of it, but then we fall behind somewhere else. It's this back and forth with duplicate labor. We're running a very small team because we're trying to be extremely choosy about the dupes that we bring on board. So these are the things we do. We're exchanging time for skill, basically. If we took on less skilled dupes, then we could be getting a lot more done per dupe hand, but and per in-game cycle, but then we wouldn't be able to be as specialized or as we wouldn't be able to be as powerful later on. I'm trying to bring on dupes that can stay on this planet and do just about anything and everything we need them to do. Eventually, the super talented dupes might get repurposed into colonizing other planets, and less skilled dupes would be left here to maintain and train. But again, that's thinking way further ahead. We haven't even really done enough radiation research at the moment, so there's no point in trying to think ahead to space. Now, if we put in 2 suit docks here, that's going to kind of break our ability to do this thing, so we'll have to do some sort of cheeky something or another in order to get rad bolts over here. I'm not super concerned about it at the moment because we've got the rad bolt research for the steam turbine, and with that out of the way, we don't have to worry nearly as much. Oh wait, that's 48 degrees. No, we can't have that come in just yet. That's got to go. If that goes in there, it'll turn into steam. So we need to reroute these blobs real quick. See, since we're refining it and adding heat to it, the problem is that if we put 40, 50 degree stuff back in there, it's going to get to the temperature to boil. It'll burst the pipes. We'll need to do repairs. There'll be a waste of labor and resources. So if we just do a few little things like that and stay on top of it. Now the way this system works is that this priority system, which is just a little jank because of the curves we've got, it's going to prioritize the hot water from up here going into the spam. It's about the same temperature the spam's kicking out, so it's not really increasing the temperature of anything. It's just kind of like stabilizing it at that level. Dupes aren't going to care until it gets up to 70 degrees is where they start burning, and none of this is going to get up to that temperature. The cooler water up here is coming up and prioritizing going to the spam, but is bridging on to this water. So it'll always take the water from here or not the spawn, the electrolyzer. It'll always take the water from here into the electrolyzer first, but if this water runs out, it'll take the cold water. Once this is backed up for either line, for both lines, it then overflows to fill coolant into our refinery. So that's what we're doing there with that priority system. Turn of the century. Oxygen not included. Good egg. Hatch a critter morph. Oh, so we should have a stone hatch in here now. I don't know where the stone hatch went, though. Oh, he's in there. I see him in there. Good, good, good. Everything is going according to my absolutely insane plan. Where did the copper... Oh, the copper went into making the more suits. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Right. we're only going to make one suit. Yeah, we only need one suit and one dock. We'll make that a thing. I often make things out of lead once we get a cooling system going, because lead is basically free refined materials, but at the moment the lead is way too hot for my liking, so we're going to refine a little bit more copper. Build a suit dock. It'll only allow one person to come through here at a time, but that's fine. We have a door for priorities. This is going to wind up being Killer and Green Thumbs, so Killer can get over here to do the building and digging, and Green Thumbs can get over here to do things. I'm going about this, like I said, a very roundabout way. The idea being that Killer is going to dig out as much as we can dig out over here to make this easy to deal with. We're going to move all the bleach stone because we want to vacuum this out to a vacuum, which will take time, but, you know, whatever. Once this is all vacuumed out, and once the bleach stone is out of there, we can close this up, vacuum it out. It'll become a vacuum. Then we can come in from this side, rip this all out, build our spam, and start putting together our water system. Do we have enough time for that? Yeah, who knows. Hopefully, in the meantime, we'll get a cook. I'm going to put a little bit more speed on this thing, because we need to get some stuff done today. I don't feel like we've actually accomplished anything except dicking around and talking about stuff. We did rip out some more of this area, build a few more pieces over here, but all in all, I kind of feel like I haven't really done too much. So let's put a little bit more action on this. Like I said, we might have to slap in a temporary solution to our problem with cooling, but our crops are still at the right temperature. We've got plenty of time on our crops. I'm running out of lemonade. I think I have some more in the fridge, but there we go. Anyway, tomorrow we're going to be getting back into our RimWorld playthrough. We're in a pretty good spot. We've got some reasonably overwhelming firepower over there. We've got something like 27 dupes plus 5 prisoners for hemogen farms. As I said, we might take on more dupes, but basically all we're looking for is shooting specialists. We've got a good dupe that came on last time that not only makes a perfect shooting specialist, they've got amazing traits, and they're a natural meditation pawn. A shooting specialist with... If I want to put that in there... No, we'll just leave this on. Copper 480. So, we could... Oh, wait. Am I irradiating my dupes over here? Not really. They'll be fine. There's the schedule, so they were going to build that, but they're not going to build it now. I see you finally gave up on call them dupes, not pawns. The longer I play the game, the more I get used to it. I mean, they're all colonists at the end of the day. Pawns are RimWorld, dupes are Ani. Was I calling the RimWorld pawns dupes? Pawns and dupes, dupes and pawns. Same thing, only different. What's the priority down here? Okay, we've got the extra suit. That's fantastic. Over here, we're only going to let Killer and Green Thumbs through, but we'll allow anybody to get back in if they happen to somehow sneak out of the base, right? And now what we have to do... Now, this is going to take a long time to fill up because we're going to alternate, but... we have nothing but time, right? Cook? Good cook, please. Agriculture, cuisine, strength, nyctophobic, plant murderer. God, I hate dupes. Strength, cuisine, medicine, animal lover, innately stylish. Okay. I think we're taking Camille. Fuck. We don't need more doctoring, though. Supplying, digging, tidying, animal lover. I don't really care about biohazardous. It's not really going to come back to bite us in the ass. Ugh. They could, in theory, help with the ranching because they're an animal lover. They can help with the hauling because of the tidying. And they're going to be a full-time cook, more or less. That third interest is kind of wasted because we have somebody else that could do doctoring, but I think the other person doing doctoring is that could do doctoring is our builder. Let me double check that to be sure. So killer, yeah, okay, yeah, we're gonna take Camille. Dupe number 6 coming in. If anybody would like to name them, there's a point redemption. A shooting specialist dupe. That's oh my god, right? If anybody would like to name a dupe, we're gonna bring Camille on as our full-time cook. It's kind of essential at this point. Because it's not likely that we're going to take our digger builder and put them into medicine even temporarily. So we'll Camille's going to be our full-time cook, and if we need a doctor, she can go into doctoring. Yeah, you're waiting for a Nisbet. I gotcha. So let's go into priorities then, right? Oh, wait. Okay, so Camille. Get it together, Camille. You are going to be cooking first and foremost. If you have time for anything else, you can help with the ranching, then help with the farming. Everything else gets down-ticked. I don't ever want you to research. In fact, new dupes should come in not researching. Also, Camille must stay Camille for obvious reasons. Yeah, Julie usually winds up getting the Camille, and then it's get it together, Julie. So double uptick in cooking, secondary in ranching and farming. Actually, yeah. Why am I down ticking all this other stuff? Do cooking first. If you can't do cooking, help with the farming and the ranching, which you won't be able to help with the ranching because you don't have the skill yet. And then everything else as is. Excellent. Then we go over to schedule. Let's get Camille her own schedule. We've got our dupes nicely staggered, so there's always somebody awake doing something. Go over here, do this, do that. You've got a schedule. You've got priorities, and then if we go over to Camille, we're immediately putting you into grilling. Put your cook hat on, Camille. Green thumbs over here. We could then skill scrub them out of cooking. I don't want to deal with skill scrubbing them right now. Algae chewer over here is into exosuit training. That's fantastic. Really want killer into, yeah, you know what? I'm going to risk the morale. We're going to start trying to get killer's athletics up a little bit. Now, normally I would put Camille into running on the wheels, Camille on the wheel, so that she can get trained up, but she's just going to be cooking anyway. Also, green thumbs. I guess you could second in cooking. So they're kind of inverse to each other. Right? Right. I do think that we will need to plant more of these down, which we already have this stuff ready to go. So there it goes. Also, did we give you a hat? We gave you a hat. Good job. Getting their brain upgraded, and look how happy she is to have a hat. Good job, Camille. I feel like you've already gotten it together. Okay. I'm trying to decide what other projects we can fuck with here. I might, since we're waiting for that suit dock to fill up, I might very well just have Killer start ripping this area apart. Because we're going to need this space in here, right? I mean, kind of. We need this space. Of course, I choose to pick the space that's got plants and weird gases. Like, I could easily just do things here, but Nether wants this space up here. We've also got to make sure we remember that there's a volcano here, because that could absolutely cause us enormous problems, right? So, that being said... that won't break the gases. Alright, that'll give them something to do. Now, I know we would be safe to do that with the volcano, but, you know, I'm going to try and be just a little overly cautious. It's been a little while since I worked with volcanoes. Yeah. So Killer's just going to have plenty of work over here to noodle with while we're waiting for this suit dock to fill. Once this suit dock fills a little bit more, it's going to take time to do. I'm also tempted to set up, you know what, how is our in-base sweeping going? It's getting done slowly but surely, so that's solid. We've got our hauler just hauling things, so once they get this cleaned up a little bit, I mean, everything else seems reasonably cleaned up. They keep dropping stuff at the bottom of the ladder, which is just what dupes do. We'll probably put in, like, little shelves along the way on the ladder, so when they're coming up the ladder, if they drop it, you know, they'll have to, like, I don't know. Volcanoes are harmless. They are passive tame. Just go there and press E to cuddle. Absolutely. Of course. Maybe I mixed up some games here. Right. Do we want to start moving this material up here? I want to, but... storing things. Alright, we gotta take Green Thumbs off of cooking entirely. Because I think he's prioritizing, and that's making it so Camille can't do things. There's plenty of meal ice for her to be cooking, but she's hauling because Green Thumbs is taking priority on a few things. Right? So now Camille is on it. Okay. Hang on just 1 second real quick. Camille. No. We're going to move Camille over here. She picked up polluted dirt, washed her hands, but was still carrying polluted dirt and put it over here. So now she's going to go cook and give everybody food poisoning. So... So I moved her over here so she'd wash again. Now, she doesn't have germs, so she's not going to food poison the whole fucking colony. That's why I don't want her hauling polluted dirt over here. Okay, yeah. So we'll let vermin continue to do their hauling cleanup in the base. We're going to let Killer start ripping stuff apart over here for our future plans, because we need all of this ripped up. Once we're done hauling the stuff out of here, which has been queued up to haul for an eternity, because we've had them hauling a lot of stuff back and forth in different locations, then we'll have them come out here and haul stuff. We'll put like a box on this side, maybe. You're gonna do dumb shit, aren't you, Killer? There we go. Let's do that instead. And yeah. We had a lot of available water on our starting map. Like, we had the pockets that we gravity fed down here, then we had this pocket that we pumped over, and this pocket that we pumped over. This would be really full, except for the fact that we've used some of it for coolant and put it up here, but this water is priority going into the electrolyzer, so this is really not going to go anywhere unless we have research that needs it. Speaking of research, what we can do, because we do want to continue our Radbolt research, if we go over to radiation and we get our reflector, we can build a reflector there. Let's build it out of sandstone, because that's the most prevalent material inside the base. Put that there, and then we go back over to the manual Radbolt generator, and we're just going to put that there. And we're just going to make sure that we're only going to have one suit here. So it's an extra step. It'll go up to the reflector and then into the thing, but at least it'll work without me having to reconfigure the whole setup and allow us to continue our radiation research. We continue to drop off wild animals over here, so we've got a little bit of a wild meat farm. Camille is already doing quite a bit of stuff. 18,000 pickled meal already. That is what we're talking about. So let's get everybody off of raw food again. We're not going to let them eat the muck root because we want that for our space program. That's 31 cycles of muck root for a single dupe in space. So that's we're going to keep that handy. If we get the opportunity to plant more muck root or nutrient bars, we're going to continue to save those for space. For when we eventually get there. We're not going to queue up any more refinement until this gets a little lower or we need it. And more or less that's where we're at. We're going to let this colony kind of stay stable. And we're going to just gradually strip out the space we need over here while we start getting the gases dealt with up here. And by the time we've got a proper spawn going, we should probably have mutated Drecos getting us the plastic we need for a steam turbine so we can set a proper cooling system up. And since we're ripping all this apart over here, we'll probably be able to kind of, in stages, build our industrial area. I'd like our industrial area to have a grand total of 5 steam turbines, because 5 steam turbines, if they wind up outputting water that's being injected into the steam room, will get us full pipe output. Now, we're not likely going to be needing that, but, you know, I like to err on the side of caution and have upgradable compatibility. So we'll do that. But we'll get them in one at a time. We'll basically figure out where we're going to be putting our industrial area. It's probably going to be somewhere over here. It seems like the most convenient. They'll come down the ladder system, be able to go over to their industrial area. We'll have a bit of a magma/petroleum tank going over here with the volcano, because I don't think it's realistic to have one over here with this volcano. But this volcano then, we've got volcanoes on opposite side of the maps, which gets a little frustrating because we're going to want to turn all of the heat from these volcanoes into power one way or another. This one of them is going to be used to make petroleum. The other one's basically just going to be there to boil water and push that into steam turbines. So we've got way too much power over here is kind of what we're getting at. And I think it's going to come down to a matter of dealing with half of the map and then deciding what we do on the other half once we've gotten a larger team and gotten over to our secondary planet. Going to have to keep an eye on our calories because how many of these do we have? We have 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 5 times 5 is 5 times 6 is 30. We've got a few naturally growing plants and our, like I said, our wild meat farm and our ranches. I think that should be enough, but we're just going to keep an eye on it. We might have to plant a little bit more mealwood. I'm not opposed to doing it, but it's not something I'd like to do. It's not like okay, this thing's almost full up. Currently, Green Thumbs is using that to get in and out to take care of them. We'll deprioritize all of this stuff and prioritize that stuff once Killer's finish this current row. I left this oxygen here just because it's another gas we'll have to deal with. You know what, Killer? Let's get you going on the other stuff. He can come over here and work on this, digging all this out while this is vacuuming out. Was I going to move that? 9 critters, right. So let's move this over here. Now, we've only got one suit dock here, so they're going to have to keep trading off who goes in and out of there. But let's put all of this up to a priority 6, right? And then I think we can re-queue this stuff up at a normal priority. That way, if somebody else is in there doing things and stuff, Killer can come out here and get some work done as well. But we want the priority to be on him getting this stuff up here. And there we go. Our breathability okay? Cool. Our plumbing okay? Also cool. This water pipe we built, the only reason we would need this is if we're going to use crude to make plastic, because dear God, I think we're gonna put the time in to mutate the Drecos. It's all RNG at this point. Anyway, guys, we're gonna go for about another 2 hours. There's a lot we can get done in that time. I'm gonna try and play on 2, possibly 3 a little bit. I tend to get things screwed up when I do, but you know, we'll risk it a little bit for the biscuit. We'll keep an eye on our calories. We've got 26,000 mealwood, or pickled meal. That is, whoa. This guy is caught in a loop. That was weird. Not sure what that was all about, but that was kind of insane. I think we might put down some more mealwood. 25, 6, 12, 24. That's about 4 cycles of food. We've got a little bit of the other stuff coming in, so let's keep an eye on it. Let's keep an eye on it. We're working at speed now, so. I'm gonna have him dig all of this out just because it's gonna make things a lot faster as far as pumping out stuff. That as well. So once Killer does their builder digger thing over here, Vermin will come in and empty this. Green Thumbs will have the opportunity to come in and do a few things. What I'd like to do is maybe... I'd love to shave that and let this hydrogen go over there, but... Actually, that's pretty alright. That's a good mix over there of hydrogen and chlorine, right? Oh yeah, we're positive on pickled meal, so we're doing alright. And we've got idle dupes. Is there something we can give them to do? Like, I don't feel like there's anything we can give the idle dupes to do. It's ranching, cooking, farming, and sweeping, right? So... Can we... Alright, your help delivering that. We could have some dupes come out here and haul. God, I feel like I'm wasting duplicate labor. Right? Like, we've already got Camille just hanging out. So, what projects do we actually need done in base? Everything is about builders now. So, I think going forward, our main goal is to bring on builder operators. Because operating never goes out of style. Building never goes out of style. We've only got one person who does building and digging. You're just chilling there, huh? What do we got? Copper is a nice thing. Researching rocketry, piloting. Everybody wants to go into space. Coal is at 48 tons. Copper ore is at 106. So we'll take the 3 tons of coal. I just really don't think I have any particular projects for the dupes. I mean, this whole area is getting toasty as shit up here, but there's not really anything we can do about that at the moment. I don't know. I don't know, guys. All the digging is on Killer. Killer is our digger builder, straight across the board. We could queue up more hauling, I suppose. I don't particularly... Let me check some temperature stuff. Do I want to bring this stuff into the main base? Not particularly. Well, you know what? The stuff up here is reasonably chill, right? So why don't we queue up for Vermin to haul this stuff? At least they can do something, and they can just kind of haul this stuff in and out. They'll have to get in and out of the suit several times, but it is what it is. How much copper do we have on hand? 680. That should be enough to repair the suits. And that's basically it. We gotta run the ant farm for a little while. So anyway, yeah, guys. I know I was super high energy the first bit of stream and then kind of went off the rails. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing. See, everything goes into that first couple of hours of stream in my brain, right? All the planning and whatnot for our builds. It's like I sit there and think overnight and before stream and after stream, like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Then we do the things and queue up the things that I planned on doing. And then when we get to the point where all that stuff is pretty reasonably sorted, I start to get to the point where I'm like, okay, now we got to figure stuff out. Figuring stuff out on camera tends to give me just that little bit of extra stress, which is what we're trying to avoid with the casual style playthrough. But all in all, I think we're doing pretty good. We're just doing it a lot slower cycle-wise than I'm normally used to. Yeah, I think I've gone over the general plan here several times. I don't want to bore you guys to death, but we'll get all the oil pumping into some sort of oil tank. Everything is kind of dependent on everything else. We're not actually going to be able to run all three of these right off the bat. We've got... This thing is going to have to feed our oxygen and our oil and make it water positive. We did the math earlier, so that's totally doable. It's just a matter of having to get all the systems spun up. So we're going to have some systems running as a partial thing, right? Like... We'll wind up pushing water into one of these to build up a little bit of a crude tank. That buffer will allow us to then start running the petroleum boilers. The petroleum boilers will provide us with enough polluted water that we can start refining that into regular water. And bleachstone sweep only. Right. We'll let them get the dig on. So yeah, what'll happen is we'll wind up having probably one of these going, buffer a nice little tank of some crude, then we'll start pumping that in at full speed into our petroleum generators. Those petroleum generators will start generating the polluted water, which will then be running through whatever filtration process we have available to us at the moment. Once that's all spun up and doing nicely, then we can start pumping water into these guys, which we have to be able to do before we run out of whatever buffer we have, so that we can continue to keep that running at full speed. The carbon dioxide from that's going to fuel slickster ranches, which are basically going to be along the bottom of the map. I'd like to come up with a new design for them. Hypothetically, we could put kind of slickster ranchers in right across, and then maybe just have all this crude slide over to the side over the slickster ranches. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of little things we've got to figure out as we go through this, and I'm all about it. It's just going to take time. I think we have igneous over here, right? Granite. Let's switch this. I'm curious if Killer is running over here to grab igneous rock. Oh, Green Thumbs has got priority on that? He does. Okay, that's why we have two projects queued up. Let's switch this over to granite on this side. Oh, actually, that's igneous right freaking there, so let's just do igneous. So basically, Green Thumbs and Killer are exchanging the use of this suit dock over here. When Killer can't get up here because Green Thumbs has priority, he comes down here and starts strip mining. Green Thumbs comes in here, takes care of the Drecos and the ranching and etc., etc. Drecos and the farming. How much water is in here? All right, we're gonna run this one more time. Where's water? Am I crazy? Yeah, okay. So we've got a dedicated cook finally, which is going quite well. Are you not cooking barbecue? $3,200 calories. There's exactly 3,200 calories of meat, and she's not cooking it. Oh, it might be out here from the slicksters dying. That's entirely possible. Dirt's down to 96 tons, which is... We've gone through 4 tons in, like, the whole time we've been here. Well, probably more in the whole time we've been here, but... Alright, Barb is not doing anything. Okay. What I think it's time for is, since people are chilling... we're gonna let Barb and Camille and Al get in here. Vermin, no, because he's our hauler. Might as well train up their athletics while they're not doing anything else, right? You're idle. Why are you idle? I don't have you with permissions over here, that's why. Yay, okay. Why are you idle? It's Sky God's fault, of course. So we're letting Barb in here. We're letting... Alright, we're gonna let in Barb, Camille, and Algae Chewer. The idea being that if everybody runs out of things to do, they can just go run on the wheels in the duplicate gym and up their athletics. I think that's actually a really good thing. The people that need to be doing things are doing things. Green Thumbs is never gonna have a situation where they don't have something to do. Al, are you set to operate? You are as a secondary. Could also get research back going. What research do we need? We're on this research, and this is not set up. This would have to go at that direction, and this would have to be set up to do forever. I don't mind if the research slows down a little bit. I just kind of want things to happen. All of this should be prioritized at a 6. And then at a normal priority, we're going to do this stuff down here. Just in case, we're going to do that like that. I just want to keep an eye on the calories because I'm concerned that we might need to put down some more mealwood, but I don't know. I think we might be all right. I think we might be all right. We'll see. I mean, they're over there harvesting a fuck ton of mealwood right now, so should be fine. It's not even registering the meal ice, 1,800, and it's immediately going up to get cooked, right? Yeah, well, Camille is sleeping. If anybody'd like to name Camille, they're the last dupe that needs a name. Yeah, we're allowing people... Now, theoretically, I could have people run to save us power, but I don't want to rearrange our power grid over there. We're just going to let them run in the duplicate gym. It's a little bit of a waste of dupe labor as far as keeping power going, but at this point, I honestly just don't give a shit. We'll let the coal and the hydrogen take care of it. We've got a good amount of both going on, so shouldn't be too much of a big deal. Why? Okay, killer's out there because Green Thumbs probably had priority. We'll give Vermin... Actually, it could be whoever wants to go in there. There's no reason anybody else should go in there, except maybe if a Dreco dies in there, Barb will go, or, what's their face will go in there to grab a few things, but... like meat. Bleach, stone... Barbecue, pickled meal, muckroot, excellent. Okay, so I'm gonna have to... So once we get all this dug out to give a little bit more flow, we'll sweep out that bleach. And nutrient bars, hard to say no to that. Early bird, germ resistant, iron gut, building impaired, no. Bottomless stomach, handy, creativity, strength, no. So we're gonna take nutrient bars because that'll help out our space program when we get there. And we're gonna hold steady at 6 dupes for quite a while. We're not going to take anybody else on unless they're basically a builder-operator that's badass. Our pips hatched. That's awesome. Also, the larva that we got hatched. That's awesome as well. Let's get you into that. You are fine. Barb. Give you improved construction, because you're going to be building all of the who's-a-what's-its. It's a technical term. Alright, we're cooking through research. Nobody is going in there, but why? Why are they not going in there? That's why. It's always my fault. It's always Sky God that screwed up. Okay, so you're going to harvest that plant, which is fine. Now when Green Thumbs goes out of there, Killer should come back in and get that done as well. We'll queue up some more digging over here. Okay, I think we have a colony that's doing things. Doesn't look like we have idle dupes. We have backup plans for everybody to run on the wheels. Temperature-wise, we're still at 25°C over here, so our plants are not going to die anytime from the heat soon. No. Okay. Put that down to a 1. I don't want them to take it out of here, though. Not RimWorld Nether, so... Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put bleachstone on our list and find all the little bits of bleachstone over in this room and sweep it so they can start doing that. Really, I could have sworn there was more bleachstone than that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as far as where we're at in the game, we're reasonably stable. We're not self-sustaining stable, but we're stable nonetheless. So we just got to run it for a little while. And what we'll probably do is eventually set up some local sweeps for everything over here. Like, we're sweeping in stuff that's not over temperature, right? Like, the stuff that we already queued up to sweep over here was at the same temperature as stuff in here. We're not going to bring in any of the super hot stuff, like the stuff over here or down in here. And we can actually queue up to sweep that stuff. That. Anything that's not toasty, we're gonna queue up. Anyway, guys, yeah, so, next week we're going to be doing, tomorrow we'll be doing RimWorld. Saturday we're working more on Myst 4 Revelations. Next week, we'll do a little bit more RimWorld. I think we'll take a small break from RimWorld and Ani to hit Hellblade 2, since Zed was so kind as to, snag that for me. Appreciate it a lot. And when we complete that, we'll be back to our regularly scheduled nonsense, I suppose. Yeah, guys. Blah blah blah. I don't even know. I don't know how to. I feel like I was two different people. Like, there was Nether at the beginning of stream, just like on it, handling business, and now I've kind of fallen into this, like, I don't even know what to do other than stare at the dupes. Like, that's what we're doing, I suppose. We can do a little bit more exploratory digging. Once Killer works out their stuff over here and we've stripped out some of these things, we can do some, like, you know, I mean, we can't dig into this because that's magma hot. I don't want to release these gases. I guess we could start strip mining out the rest of this down here as well. I mean, we got to strip out all of this stuff. That's going to release some natural gas into this area. I mean, we could do it in a way that the natural gas doesn't escape from this pocket. We've got vacuum and carbon dioxide in here, but there's a little bit of oxygen that leaked in, so either way, we're going to have to do some gas sorting or disposing thereof. Of course Camille is in here. So, Camille, I don't want you in here. I don't particularly want Barb in there. We should probably just do this the other way around, but 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Either give 3 people priorities or deny 3 people priorities. Either way, it's the same thing, right? It's one of those rare moments where I'm on a 3 and feeling pretty good about it. I think our systems are working. They're not ideal, but they're working for what they are. Tempting to break into space, get some ice, and just slap down some ice over here. Also tempting to just put an aqua tuner inside of this water, but I want it to stay cold just in case. Switch back over. Bleach stone. Sweep that at a 9. The other bits of bleach stone, let's bounce all over the place. You, sweep. Super high priority. You're already sweeping. We need to get all the bleach stone out of here before we start vacuuming it out. I can't tell you how many times I've screwed up and left bleach stone in a room I'm trying to vacuum out, or polluted dirt or something of that nature. So once those bits of bleach stone are swept over to here, there goes Vermin to take care of it right now. Nope, they got called to lunch. Sounds good, Vermin. You go get yourself a sandwich. But once that gets swept out, we'll do some quick little cheeky things, and then once that's all once this is all vacuumed out, by the time this is all vacuumed out, we should have plenty of other things sorted. This will get vacuumed out. We'll build this into our spam. Where are you going? Am I insane? I mean, I know I'm insane, but like... That's why. Almost wound up with bleach stone in our central storage. Yep. Okay. That being said, I stopped them before they did anything stupid. Any bleach stone in there? No. Okay. So there's no bleach stone in this room. What we're gonna do then... we're gonna grab this. Doesn't matter what material we make it out of. Let's say igneous. How about we put it... We'll put it closer than that. What are you going to get? Pincha. Okay. So once Killer builds these tiles, we can plug this in. Let me make sure I have that all actually built. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. What that'll do is pump it all into here. It'll overpressure. We're also going to build tiles here because I don't want this to overpressure. I guess it doesn't matter because we have the suit dock there now, right? It's a good question. Does it matter? I don't think it does. Do Drecos have a pressure that they like to be at? God, one Dreco drops 3,200 calories. They'll eat pinch of pepper? That's interesting. I did not know that. Glossy Drecos are what we want. So we're wasting rad bolts again. I gotta get more on the ball of keeping up with research. is there anything else we absolutely have to get into right now? Because I'd prefer not to do research we don't need to do. What are you? Large solid oxidizer tank. I think researching might be off the table for now. What is over here? Memory toggle. You know what? I'd like to get that done. Ribbons we don't need. Those we don't need. We'll need that eventually, but not now. This is same thing with large oxidizer. This stuff. All this will be necessary at one point or another. We're not going to go into CO2 rockets. We're going to skip right to steam rockets. Liquid fuel, rusty oxidizer, molecular forge. All this stuff is later on. We need it. Outer space toilet would be nice to have as well. Okay, we'll let her research the memory toggle because we'll need that for the petroleum boiler. Robo miner we'll also need for that, but we'll let her do that one because it's got the Radbolt research in it and she's prioritizing that. Yeah, there's not too much more we need right now. There's a few basic and advanced research things we'll snag when the time comes, but anybody gonna do this? I think not allowed by schedule. So killer's on break at the moment. New printables. Not likely we're going to take a dupe unless they're like god tier. Extra food is always helpful. Building impaired, building impaired. Absolutely fucking not. So food it is. Always handy to have more calories, and we've got a cook that can actually make them into calories now. Are you going to build those tiles for me now? Okay. And since we do have suit docks over there, no reason to not leave them going, so I'm just going to let this system overpressure. So now this should just capture whatever, put it over here, and that room will fill with the gases. We've got a liquid lock, so it'll all stay in here. It's all chlorine and hydrogen. Pressure on plants, though. Yeah, to 10 kilos a tile. We're not going to be overpressuring to 10 kilos a tile, I don't think. If it looks like it's starting to get there, we'll just wall in here and just store our gases here for a while till we do whatever we do with them. Bleach stone is already over there. So I guess what that means is that it's time to start. Yeah, this can go. Right here? No, we can't. That's where the volcano is, so that's good. So that's the deal. And we'll do that. Put that there. And yeah. There's Nightbot putting up the Discord and YouTube if you guys want to go check that out. I got a lot of different stuff going on. I spend a lot of times in the evening editing together content. I've been working on that time-lapse of the Helix tree from the community SMP, which you can join if you come over to the Discord. The tree came out amazing. The footage is great. I just don't like the way it got edited together the first time, so I'm going to go back and make a second attempt at that. But I've also been editing together Magic the Gathering Arena content because I wanted to see if that could be something that people like. The streams of that game weren't super popular, but I might consider doing some other stuff. Again, I always talk about the prospect of doing evening streams that are shorter. I was talking about that earlier as a possibility for Hellblade. Like maybe we should just continue our normal schedule and play that in the evening. I think we might very well just take a few days off from everything else and do Hellblade for, you know, from Tuesday until we finish it, more or less. Looking for food. Alright, let's slow down just a little bit over here. Now, Drekos need food. Drekos need food. So, let's do this. Let's go to our farm tiles. I want to bring up this overlay while we do it, right? Okay, so right here we can put in farm tiles. Over here we could put in a farm tile. So I'm going to mark it with the dig tool. And what we'll do is then we'll go over to food and we'll grab farm tiles and go boop, 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 boop. We'll put bomb lily in them so that they can grow. Could put one right there as well. Oh no, wait, that's gonna. These are gonna be too far up. They're gonna be encased in hydrogen. These will still be in chlorine. Maybe actually switch over entirely because they'll grow faster. 12 cycles on domestic growth. Wild stuff takes longer to grow. I'm gonna put these in first because I've never played with domesticated bomb lily, but from what I understand, it's just you plant it and it's all good. You know, kind of like planting an oxyfern, but... Well, the oxyfern needs carbon dioxide, but, you know, I digress. Often and shamelessly, as it were. I don't know, guys. I'm in a weird, crazy mood. Like, I've got energy, but not energy. I'm up, I'm down, I'm all around. It's almost impossible for me to sleep at night because I get so excited about making content, but then I get so tired that I'm like... that I can't do brain is those are the things, right? Oh, we're already down to grams over here. This is gonna happen a lot faster than I thought. So yeah, we should be getting that sorted in with quick work here. We are currently researching something, right? All right, once we've knocked out this applied science research on this, it's 14 of 20 now, we'll stop Radbolt production, and then maybe we'll knock out some of the novice and advanced research, but more or less, we can just calm down on research until we get some more infrastructure up. And we're probably going to be playing at speed a lot more. Those first 100 cycles, you know, that's a conversation Sudsy and I had in chat one day when we were playing Oxygen Not Included, like a way long time ago. Talked about the fact that the first 100 cycles or so is usually when we're playing on 1x. Once you get past 100 cycles, you've usually got enough systems in place that you can reasonably well play on a 2 or 3 without panicking. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment. Is like, okay, we've got enough in place that I'm not going to freak out. Bomb lily. Plant. Wonderful. I do enjoy strip mining maps. It's one of my favorite things to do is strip everything out. So, getting this vacuumed out, getting this stripped down. There is chlorine in here. I let chlorine in here. All of my efforts are for naught. It's fine. Everything is fine. It's all fine. Like I said, we're going to have to do things anyway, so this is fine. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. There's a million different ways to approach everything in this game. I've often talked about the fact that the meta to this game is knowledge, because there's no one way to play, there's no one solution. It's not like you can just, you know, always do the same thing. You've gotta know why you're doing things so you can apply it. If you're playing the same map over and over again, that's a completely different story. But if you're going to be switching maps, doing different styles of playthrough and everything, you're going to need to know why you're doing things in order to build systems that function. Camille's over here building. You've done all your cooking? You have. Aren't you an industrious cook? Don't want to finish the one that's almost done. Want to work on one that you're not going to be able to finish, right? Yep, holding your breath, going out. Excellent. Wonderful. Fantastic. Alright, that sorts that, so let's turn this guy off. Body temperature. It's too cold up here. Oh, the things that we have to deal with, right? The things that we have to deal with. At that point, I'm almost like we might as well just move the Drecos over here. Okay. Guys, I'm going to take another quick restroom break, sort myself out a little bit, and then we'll come back and see what we can do. I play fast, things go awry. I play slow, I don't feel like I'm doing anything. It's the general nature of things. I'll put up Bobby's links once again. Thank you all for hanging out with me on the casual playthrough. I'll be right back. See you all in a few moments. Okay, guys, I'm back. And I feel pretty good. I snagged myself some more beverage, and you know, like I said, I get a little. I've been doing a lot of hard challenge playthrough things, both on Ani and RimWorld, so my brain starts to get in the mode of having to make progress and having to do super complicated things. It takes a lot for me to kind of reel myself in and remember to breathe, because I'm used to trying to like push things as far and as fast as possible. And this playthrough is not about that. This playthrough is about hanging out, talking to everybody. If anybody has anything they'd like to bring up as far as conversation goes, whether it's about the game, mental health, things that are going on in life, this is a good stream to be doing that, because we can at any given time just be like, hey, fuck it, let's let the dupes sort themselves out. They're doing pretty good over here. You know, we've got a lot of stuff going on that is pretty much in line. This is broken. Why 97 tiles? Why is it 97 tiles? What did I do? I broke the things, guys. I broke the things. 97 tiles. Why is it 97 tiles? I don't remember why. Okay, let's just build a tile in here at a very high priority, like an 8. That way it's an actual ranch again. So the basic gist of the way I like to play is I like to get my temporary setups reasonably stable, and then I like to strip mine and explore the entire map. Like, it's a little backwards. You know, you want to put together your core systems, kind of like start building things in. But for me, I kind of, as much as I don't like a blank slate and a blank canvas in real life, like one of the reasons I didn't get into like painting and drawing directly, my art involves manipulating already existing pictures or photographs that I take, etc., etc. One of the reasons I didn't get super into doing like portraits or still lives or whatever the case may be with regular here's a canvas, do something, is that when I look at a blank canvas, I have a problem with it. But when it comes down to games like Ani, the blank canvas is actually good for me. I look at it and I'm like, this is what we need and this is how much room we have to do it. Without knowing how much room we have to do things, it's difficult for me to just be like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. Like a lot of times on these maps, when you've got pockets like this, it's difficult to plan because you can't just draw over top of the pre-existing building tiles. You can't draw over top of the plants and everything like that. And if you're doing it in a location that dupes have access to, you'll be planning your way along and the dupes will just come along and build something that you have no intention to actually be there. You're just trying to work something out. So there's something really nice for me about the idea of having a blank slate in Oxygen Not Included. RimWorld, it's kind of gotten to be the same thing, right? Like, I used to play mostly mountain maps, just all about that, like, hey, let's see what we got to work with, dig inside the mountain, and just dig out more space as we need it. And more recently, especially since I've been doing the more difficult challenges, I find that the open maps are more my style. We kind of look around, say, okay, the tree is here, the monolith is here, whatever, 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 and then we can just kind of draw out what we want to do. We don't have to worry too much about, you know, what we should or shouldn't be doing because we've got a full blank slate. So it's a little weird how the brain works, right? Like, no matter what you do, it's always going to be, the brain is always going to be weird for you, right? Now, let me make sure I shut down the research appropriately, right? I don't want them researching anything else at the moment because this is our water supply and we're using it as coolant and for air. Double check, make sure. Okay, so priority is on this water. So without them doing any research, we shouldn't have anything pushing on this because none of this water is coming out. The only time this water should be pumping out of there is if this runs out so we can fill the electrolyzer. If we get to that point, I have majorly fucked up because what we're basically... No power. Why do you not have power? What did I do? Maybe we... Is it no power? Or is it that we're in a vacuum? No, it can't be no power. We've got power. Maybe it's just draining the battery a lot faster now that we've got more systems in place. All right, we'll micromanage the systems a little bit better. We'll snip this guy off. And then we'll queue up some more work over here. Keeping an eye on our temperature. Everything over here, if it's not already queued up to be swept, it can be swept. We've got another printable available to us. What do we got in the printable area? Gastrophobia, unempathetic, not deal enders. Uncultures, duress to impress. Hassan's not something I really love. Ruby is a possibility. I'm a big fan of shriveled taste buds for the morale bonus. It really does help, especially if you're sending them to another planet to do stuff. The thing is like we don't have multiple interests, and I think at this point we're only willing to take dupes that have at least 2 or 3 interests in the thing we want. We're at 6. We're not going to go past... Like, 6 is kind of our soft cap. 8 is going to be our hard cap until we get some of our interdependent systems up and running, because we don't want to be chasing our tails, so to speak. So we're going to go with the dirt. Surprise, surprise, Nether didn't take on another dupe, right? And we're going to let these systems run, I suppose. I mean, we don't actually have to get this thing fully down to a vacuum. I don't want to waste gases is kind of where I'm at. It's not going to overpressure this area too hard. There's already a little bit of chlorine gas down in here. Is there any chlorine down here? No, there's just a pocket of it there. Since there's only a little pocket of it over here. Fertilizer, fertilizer. I might try to crush that chlorine. I don't like chlorine. For the longest time, I just felt like it's an absolutely worthless gas. At one point, I started messing with Dash's salt vine farms and realized it's not a complete waste of time. I guess there are a few applications for it, but in general, I've always been like, fuck chlorine. I've kind of got to get over myself a little bit when it comes to certain things like that. Like, again, if we're trying to play casual, who really cares, right? We are slightly coming up in temperature here, but literally over the last, like, however many cycles, we've come up a degree-ish. And I think a lot of that can be attributed to the fact that they're using warmer dirt. Is anybody gonna run? You're idle, right? You're idle. I meant to do this so they could run if they want to. Yeah, that'll keep them exercising. These 3 can exercise. I mean, Al doesn't really need it. They've got a really high athletics already because they've been running since the beginning, and they've got they've already got their suit wearing, so their athletics is at 14. We don't actually need to put them into anything else. We can put them into astronomy when we go into space, but it's unnecessary at the moment. We could do improved carry 2. Yeah, actually, they can handle that because most of their morale is coming from, well, not most, but a good portion of it's coming from interests. Camille's already able to get grilling too. Fantastic. Green thumbs, we don't need to push them into anything else, but we could get them farming. What's our morale? So if we were to lose 6 morale, say from the nature reserve, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They'd still have enough. I'm going to put them into improved farming too, just to speed that process along entirely. Everybody else is nicely cooked. I'd like to get Killer into exosuit training. It does put him a little close to his morale cap, though. How is your athletics? 7. You're probably inside the base at the moment, right? All right, let's slow it down rather than hitting the pause button. This is normally where this is, so let's just... let's chew our way right through there. Oxygen. You know, we got mixed gases in here. Now, the fun thing is... well, not the fun thing, but the thing is that when we do start building the spawn, we're going to need to vacuum that out, but we're going to have systems in place to make that happen on its own, so I'm not overly worried about it. You know what, though? I think I'd like to leave a layer of abyssalite here. We can shave down that bit up there. We can even come down into here so we can grab this algae and dirt and sandstone and whatnot. We'll cancel that as well, just so that we can keep the heat slightly separated. It's about 35 to somewhere between 35 and 50 up here. Down here, we're looking at somewhere between 70, somewhere between 50 and 70 to 80. There's some stuff over here that's 75 degrees, so we'll try and keep this reasonably separate by doing that. And then what do we do as far as going down here? When we start strip mining this area out, because that's got to happen as well, do we start just bringing this ladder down, or do we let this ladder, because then they'd have to come down, go over, go down, go right. I think we might end up extending this ladder downwards when that happens. Is this a ranch again? Alright, we're getting there. We are getting there. And we've got people running. That's an important part, that we have people that are not doing other things running on the wheels. I screwed up the door priorities for a half second there, but it basically means that when people have nothing to do, they're going to be training their athletics, which is never a bad thing. It's always good to have your dupes able to get places quickly. Now, we could dump it back to the main grid like I was talking about earlier, but it's quite a bit of hassle, and we've got our dupes that would build that stuff doing other things at the moment, so let's not go down that road quite yet. Also, we're going to... we'll do that. Again, I'm leaving the abyssalite here. For anybody who's new to the game or just kind of lurking out there, not sure what's going on, abyssalite is a perfect insulator. Nothing will travel through the abyssalite. There's some awkward mechanics with it where if you put liquid on top of it or gas, the heat can transfer from... I think it's just liquid. I don't think it's gas. I don't remember entirely. Emily probably knows the answer to that if she's still lurking about. Granite versus igneous. 2, 3, 4, so... we'll dig this stuff out too, because why the hell not? We're basically having Killer work on strip mining projects while we do other things. I'm calling him Killer because Killer renamed the dupe after himself. If anybody wants to rename the dupes, the only one we have that hasn't been renamed yet is our cook, Camille, who's currently running on a hamster wheel. But we'll be taking on more in due time. I would like to populate the entire galaxy. As far as goals for this playthrough, because we always talk about the different goals, I'm going to put this on a 2, not a 1, not a 3. We're just going to put it on a 2. I've never gotten space materials in any of my playthroughs, right? So I'd like to make that a thing for sure. I really should do this. Let's get that built first. So the whole concept behind what I was doing over here was to vacuum this out and then break in from the bottom so that we don't have to deal with the chlorine. But there's this tiny little bit of chlorine down here. So do we build that in? What do we got? We've got... granite. Okay. I think we might crush this... crush this chlorine a little bit. I just don't want it in my life. We're gonna build this out of granite. We're gonna look at this map here. So if we you know what? We still want people hauling over there. Now, Killer is up here building this to help insulate. We're going to switch those to a 7 so we can make our ladders a 6 over here. Vermin is gradually hauling. It's taking them a long time because they got to get in and out of their suit. The stuff here... They are dropping stuff in the doorway. We'll deal with that shortly. Basically, yeah, we're just trying to strip mine out the parts we need to strip out. The reason I'm not breaking this abyssalite yet is because there's a lot of stuff that was green as far as temperature goes. So I want them to haul that out of here before we interject lots of temperature or drop it down into the heat. But after they've done that... Now that's chlorine as well, so we're gonna crush that too. We're crushing it over here. I'm just being ridiculous at this point, but you guys know that. Put that there. This is igneous, so... So we have insulation here. So once we've stripped this out, hauled these things out of here, and this is vacuumed out, we can rip this open, start working on getting this area properly prepped, and then from there we can continue stripping this out, because all of this has to go. Every last little bit of it has to go to make room for stuff we need to get done. I'm actually half tempted to start pumping water into here, but given that we're not making new water yet, I don't want to do that. Next activity in 32 cycles. So I think our interim goal is to get the SPOM up and get this place sorted within 32 cycles. Now, when I was doing the 100 cycle hands-off sustainability challenge that Zed came up with, he calls it the Nether Zed. I like that. I mean, it's very flattering. I don't think I deserve that kind of credit, but thank you, Zed, if you're still out there. I had just kind of a huge area. It's kind of like, you know, basically we just cracked in here, put a pump on the bottom, and rounded out a few corners to make it easy for the steam to get around. And put in just a little bit of radiant pipe hooked into our main cooling system. Like, I think it was like 4 or 6 tiles. So it wasn't sucking up too much heat, but it was enough that when the steam hit it, it turned into water. We didn't need to get it down super cold. This is the main reason that I'm trying to build the SPOM next to this thing, because the shorter distance we have to pump this hot water, the better it is. Doing the math on this, I also don't think we need to run heavy watt wire. We can use conductive wire, so we can build all of the wire for our SPOM out of lead. And I think our SPOM should be also able to feed our water pump that's going to be in here as long as we're running it consistently. That way the whole system is pumping, is fully self-contained. Again, the issue with all of this is that we've got multiple systems that are going to be relying on each other. If we have this pump pumping full-time to send water into our reservoirs down here, is there going to be enough power generated from our spawn to be able to do that? You know, having it prioritize the pump and then secondarily pump water down, or prioritizing the spawn and then secondarily pumping water down to these systems, or is that going to be too much of a strain? Because we're looking at, these are 240, so 480, 960, 1200. That's another 240, is in 1440. So 1440 plus another 120 is 1580, which is just shy of the 1600 of the hydrogen generators. But that would be pushing them, well, if they're all pumping continuously, they'd be pumping non-stop. But I don't think all of them should be non-stop pushing. The water pump would be going, the other pumps would be going-ish. I think we might be able to pull that off. That might be a doable thing. All right, what are we grabbing here? Ooh, copper ore and mirth leaf. Noodle arms is a hard no. Unconstructive Luddite is a harder no. Mirth leaf, we've got a bit of those on the map. We're not using them at the moment, so it's copper ore coming in hot. Or cold, or however it's coming in, whatever the case may be. What else can we try to get done here? This hauling is not getting done as fast as I would like, and I don't think it's absolutely necessary. So they are running back and forth, but because they have to jump in and out of that suit, we're running into a problem because they're just jumping into the suit, jumping out of the suit, jumping into the suit, jumping out of the suit, which is all well and good, but are you now hauling as well, Killer? Yes. Okay, I think I'm going to let Killer help Vermin haul. Toasty top of the base. What temperatures are we getting up to over here? 45, 46. As long as we don't get upwards of 70, I'm okay. If we do get to that point, we'll install some sort of temporary system to deal with it. But for now, I think we're okay. I'm going to consistently check on calories here. 25,000 kcal of pickled meal, 3,000 meal lice. The rest is the stuff we're saving for later on. I think we're okay. Question then just becomes, how much of this am I actually going to vacuum out? I don't like the idea of dealing with chlorine, as I've said numerous times. Is there any chlorine? See, we've got CO2 and oxygen in here, and just that chlorine. Video rendering, I can almost relax for tonight. That's wonderful, dude. Hey, Squiddy. You'll appreciate this. Between the different VODs I have, the shorts I have from Stream and Magic, and the Magic games that I've been editing, I have something like 60 videos either scheduled or that need to be scheduled for my YouTube channel. I'm working towards a goal of getting 3 months out scheduled content with releases happening every single day. So every day of the week, something goes up on the YouTube, and some of it is scheduled further out because I'm only doing 1 or 2 of a given thing in a week. But basically, by the end of this weekend, I'm theoretically going to be pushed out. I'm starting to set real goals for myself. Like, I want to push out 3 months of scheduled content on YouTube. If I get more content that's badass, I'll do additional releases so it doesn't get pushed too far out in the future. But once I've got about 3 months scheduled out, the next thing for me is going to be working on all of the branding stuff. Hey, Barb, I was actually just going to bring you up. Remember when I told you to remind me to do the banners on YouTube, and then I got into too many other things, and I was like, yeah, that'll have to wait. Barb boobs, boobity boobs. So once I get about 3 months of content scheduled out, which I'm right on the cusp of doing, What I'm gonna do next is work on getting all of the banners and image all switched over. The sketches that Barb has been doing for my channel for the YouTube and everything, they really suit me a lot better than the other stuff. So I need to work on all of that. Posture. Yep. So the branding will get done after the content is finished scheduling out. God, I can't even word right now. And then the next project on top of that is going to be to get things sorted like Patreon and all of that. So schedule the content out, let it back up a little bit again while I work on the other stuff. There's just so many things. I'm slouched over like a golem. Yeah, posture check all around. Guys, somebody go to Squiddy's page and posture check him. I don't know. I don't know if you're still streaming right now. But even if not, go posture check Squid. Posture check Squiddy. 34K on pickled meal. I'd be in trouble if stream ran this late. Yeah, I figured you didn't go too late with stuff like that. I'm about to call it good on this freaking thing so we can try to get a little bit built here. I'd be in trouble if I had to cram out a new video in like an hour and a half. You got to get yourself ahead of the schedule, my dude. We got to get you scheduling your content out in advance. Get a little stress off your head. It's way less stressful to get things done if you don't have to have them posted for like a month or two. You know what I mean? And the thing is like, I don't know if the magic content's going to catch on. I'm basically willing to put enough work into it to see how it goes. But like that whole time we were hanging out last night, the entire time I was editing. Because with the magic games, I can actually edit mostly based on what I'm looking at. I would schedule my content, but anime. Yeah, I mean, well, like I'm saying, I cut 8 or 9 games up while we were playing, and I'm releasing 2 to 3 games a week of Magic. So while we were watching anime last night, I cut together about a month of Magic content. So you can't do that with everything, of course. Doing that with something that has the Magic stuff, I'm just cutting together the games in quick succession. There's no me in there, there's just the game itself. And I'm finding that with that style, the shorts actually do significantly better, so focus on every segment of my content. Yeah, you're doing that type of content where you do have to be a bit more focused. I got to do that as well. I've got to, let's enable this building now. These guys are not going to be able to stay alive. The Drecos. I'm not overly worried about anything else but the Drecos. 2,000 calories of barbecue. Everybody's running on the thing. Research is put on the back burner. Milligrams. I wonder if you automated can pick up this word. Ha! Nice. Polluted oxygen. Okay, so how did polluted oxygen get in there? Okay, we're pumping polluted oxygen in there. All right, I'm good on this project here. We're gonna start breaking into this thing. So we've saved enough of the gases. Is there polluted oxygen in there? Just a tiny little bit right up there. That's fine. So we've pulled enough out of here for my liking. Ha! Thank you so much, my dude. Appreciate that a lot.
Take this DIQ squid, 55L squid, 55L.
Ha! Nice. Okay. Okay, I'm willing... Yeah, we've got literally grams of different stuff in here. It is time to start planning this out. Let's start getting this sorted. Guys, I honestly don't know why I do the things that I do. I'm just doing them. So if anybody is like, Nether, you're doing that the stupid way, you're probably right. I always joke about how there's the right way, the wrong way, and the Nether way. And the Nether way is the wrong way, but slower. It's a play on that whole Simpsons thing, where he talks about the right way, the wrong way, and the max power way. And Bart's like, isn't that the wrong way? And Homer's like, yes, but faster. So, you know, I make the joke about the Nether way being the wrong way, but slower. Kind of a little gag, so to speak. Okay. So we're going to want to get all of this chewed up. If I could get some of the basic structure done in the next half hour for the SPOM I'd like to build, that would be great. You know what? Here's the thing, though. We are going to break this, and we're going to break this. Because I don't want to have to sweep this entire area, so we're going to let all of that drop. Just always higher priority the ladders than anything else. See, if we leave this here, we're going to have to sweep all those materials. I'd rather them just drop down. Thing is, we're also going to need materials to build out of, right? It's like a whole 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Do you let them drop or do you let them go up? Actually, I've got an idea. That was a weird zippy-zoomy thing. Let's do that, right? And since this is going to be the bottom of our SPOM, any of the materials from this whole area that drop are going to drop on this ledge. Then we can use whatever's dropped there. Right? Yeah. That'll do, pig. That'll do. And let's just speed up the whole situation. So Barb, Algae, and Camille are on the wheels. Got 34,000 pickled meal. It's going back and forth between like 25 and 35, which is perfect. I don't want to see it be super positive, because then we're wasting. And I don't want to waste. I'm making good use of the amount of dirt we have, but I don't want to waste materials, you know? We're being a little flagrant with the use of what we got going on, but we don't need to spit in the face of whatever god the dupes pray to. But yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. God, so this is the thing, right? We get later in the week. Like when we started stream today, I was just going off, spitting off all the things we're doing, all the stuff that's going on, and when we're on Monday, I can do that for 6 hours straight like it's no big deal, right? But by the time we get to Thursday, Friday, I can do it for about 3, maybe 4 hours before I start feeling like I'm repeating myself. And I am repeating myself. That's just the very nature of entertainment in general. You know, when I'm playing in a band, do I go to a show every Friday night and play a completely different set of songs? No. You know, if we've got 10 songs, we're probably going to play all 10 of those songs every night that we're out playing the show. If we've got 20 songs, we're going to pick between 7 to 12 of them, depending on how long the set is and how long the songs are to be playing that evening. But, you know, you don't have new content every single time you play a show. You don't have new things to say every time you do a stream. So it does become a bit of repeating yourself, speaking to the new people that may or may not be there. We have had a lot of people talk about the fact that they've been lurking in the background without saying anything for a long time. We've had some first-time chatters and lurkers come in, so I like to try and keep repeating myself for the sake of the new people that are coming to the stream. I think that's good practice, but at a certain point, the energy level takes a little bit of a hit. when you've been doing it. I'm doing 6 days a week, 6 days a week. So 36 hours plus evenings editing and hanging out doing anime. By the way, last night was an absolute blast hanging out with y'all. That was some of the most fun I've had ever. Like, hands down, just an awesome time. We've been watching Full Metal Alchemist in the evenings. Not every evening, but when at least a good chunk of us are together. Squiddy, Linus, Barb, and myself have been watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. If anybody wants to come and hang out and watch anime with us, and you see us in there, come in, hang out. If you see us in there doing anything, come and hang out. The lobbies for our chat are always open to everybody. There's no private chat type of deal going on. If there is, we'll be in a private chat, and you won't see us. So if you see us, come hang. So not all of the Drecos are gonna Dreco. We don't quite have enough bomb lily because the temperature's dying over here. Over here we're a little bit better about keeping temp because it's right next to the cool steam vent. Cool steam vents are at 110. Regular steam vents are at something like 500. So interesting use of the vocabulary on that one. Coal-wise, 65.9 tons. Oh yeah, so we're digging out more coal. Barb earned a skill point. Let's go get a look at that. Do we need Barb into anything else? I don't think so. And people are skipping the nature reserve. We're going to have to get on top of that at one point. I don't need Killer into demolition just yet. We could put them into sides that they have. We could also put them in... You know what? Yeah, we're going to risk it with Killer and get them fully into exosuit training. Everett! How you doing? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? Thank you for coming in on a non-mist day. I was talking about the different things we're going to be doing on the schedule, including doing more mist this weekend. And then we've got to interject Hellblade 2, because that's coming out next Tuesday. And Zed was very generous and paid for a copy for me, and I'm very thankful for that. How you doing? Excavation, piloting, strength, gastrophobia, pacifist, early bird, tidying, cooking, doctoring. You almost would have been good a while ago. Mallow seeds, not so much. I mean, 3 tons of sand, why the hell not, right? Igneous, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to get all of this stuff dug out a little bit. And then we're gonna start planning out our little situation here. I like the plan we have, and I don't think I'm gonna adjust it to put more stuff into it. I think it's good the way it is. It's fine. Everything is fine. Situation being the self-powered oxygen machine that we designed. It's a Hydra system with a submerged SPOM, so... 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12 tall, and 11 wide. It's a little taller than it is wide. 12 tall means it will fit into some basic size conventions. Okay. Now we can do stuff now that we have space. So this would be 12 tall. That would include the ceiling and floor of the SPOM, and that would put the insulated tile here. I want this to be flat if we're going to be using both of these. Issues with that. I don't know that I have issue with that. I think it might be a little difficult to get over here to do all of the things we want to do. But what I could do is just put another another liquid lock on this side. My brain is crapping out on me, guys. Good thing it's not a mist day. These puzzles have multiple solutions. I don't have to beat myself up trying to figure out the other one. Okay, so if we build this over here, we could totally build most of the spawn setup coming up this ladder system, but if we want to interconnect this whole thing to be as close to the wall as possible, we're going to have to come in from a different direction. Coming up this side is going to be difficult because we'd have to build through the Dreco farm, which would be a pain in the ass. So I think we do want to put a liquid lock over here, so we keep the chlorine and hydrogen over here, and then we break down this wall. We'll have to build the liquid lock from this side, which will be a little tedious, but absolutely doable. We could actually layer liquids to make sure we keep that going. So what if we do that? Yeah, we could do that. And we could do this. Yeah. And we've got igneous rock over here. Yeah, just in case I want to run pipes through the side, we'll also... We'll do a little of that action. Like that. Now, how do we want to do this liquid lock? I think there's a lot easier ways to go than what I have been doing. Like, we could layer crude with liquid. Crude would sit underneath the water. Slow it down. Go over here. Let's go to... I mean, mixing oil. We're going to mix oil and water, guys. Is that what we're going to do? Yeah. They should grab a little bit of it. We'll drop a little bit of crude in there, then we'll drop some water in there. This will square off the side of our map over here, and then we'll wall in our oxygen machine. Okay. Thinking. Do we want to put insulated tile here? I mean, is there really a need to put insulated tile? Becomes the question. Yeah, let's err on the side of caution on this one. Let's get insulated tile made of igneous rock, and we're gonna bring that up here. 2, 3. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That would theoretically be that, and then we're looking for this to be 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So then battery, pump, airflow tile, electrolyzer, airflow tile, atmo sensor, wall. Yep, absolutely perfect. So that's going to be where the wall is. Once they get that built, we can start ripping out these ladders and queuing up the other bits that have to go in here. We can queue up a few other bits, actually. Since this is going to be too tall, we'll need this to go across 4 like that, and then again like that. Then we go up 3, 2, 3, and then we want to come over 3, 4. Power-wise, we need to get a hydrogen generator, and we do have to build all this stuff out of steel, like I said before, because steel. I'm just busy and behind with things, but it's nice to stop by and have you on in the background. Thank you so much, Everett. I really appreciate it. I was a lot higher energy earlier on in stream, so I'm trying to keep it picked up for this last half hour here, but getting late in the week, getting late in the day, and my body's been so excited about doing things that it's keeping me up at night, which is making it difficult to do things. You know? Because that's what our bodies do. So that can come over to there. 2, 3, 4. So yeah, so then that would be there. We can do this. We can do that. Just a little bit of space for them. Actually, no. Let's not do these until we get... We're going to build from the left to the right. Because we've got to get a lot of stuff built into that. Speed this along a little bit. And we're going to have to... Yeah, we have very little air in here, so getting stuff out shouldn't be a problem. Right. So we can actually start queuing up a few of the pipes as well. So battery, pump. We're going to need a pipe on the pump, and this will be our... Oh, no, not out of sandstone. Let's not do that out of sandstone. There's no sandstone local. So we're going to have one that goes down like that, and then we're also going to have one that goes like that into those. That should do us quite well. Battery's going to be in there, so we can also queue up automation wires. This stuff we can make out of lead. And the automation wire on a smart battery is on the left, so that's the only thing that needs to be there. Boop, 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 boop. So if you guys are wondering what I'm looking at up at, it's the design that I hacked out earlier down here. There's a picture of it up in the Discord. If anybody's got any ideas on this design, speak now or forever hold your cheese. Sorry, I had to. Because once this thing is built, I'm not rebuilding the dang thing. We're going to have to... It's a very tight build, so we're going to have to make sure that we don't get out of control. So... Where is the power? Power is also on the left side of that battery. We're going to run conductive wire because that should be plenty to get this done. We're going to run this up to... We'll run that like that. Left side on that, so that will hit the... That'll hit the thing. That's on the right side, so there'll be a wall here. Boop, boop, so we'll need that to go to there. I think it makes most sense for this to be dragged over, so that's that piece, that's there, then that would be that one. This goes up to here, here, and there. Right? Yes. Yesity, yesity. Ooh. We do need to process some more copper. How much is a radiant pipe segment? I always forget that. 50. And we're going to need probably about 2, 4, 6, 8. Probably about... At least 2, 4, 6, 8. Probably about 16 times 50, so 800. We've got 670. So we're going to need probably at least 5 to 6 more batches of copper, just for the radiant pipe. Again, we don't have gold amalgam on this map, so we're going to have to do things out of steel and copper and whatever else we have available. Luckily, I've got enough experience with this game that it shouldn't be too difficult to do. We can start ripping these out. Also, what I'd like to do is put down this guy, let's say there. What we're going to do is we're going to shut off our main storage system from allowing stuff to come into it. And then we're going to set this to sweep only so that as we sweep stuff out here, it'll just get dropped here. And our goal is going to be to use mostly the materials that are here, but we are going to have to run some stuff from other places. Namely, we're going to have to grab the lead from down here. We're going to have to grab copper and steel from over here. So it is going to be a little bit of slow going, but not sandstone. I need to remember to make sure to check my materials. We've got igneous locally, so yeah, let's put that there. No. I think I'd like to put this up on top. I know that sounds insane. Is it insane? Sure, why not? Put that there. Everybody's alive and not starving. Excellent. Heat's getting a lot of little toasty in here, but we've maintained our like 24 to 26 degree temperatures down here. I think most of the temperature increase is coming from the fact that we use warmer dirt. We've managed to isolate most of our heat up to this section. It's pretty hot up here, but you know it's sweat my balls off hot, not die and heat stroke hot. So that'll do. Yeah, our colony is coming along quite nicely for a casual playthrough. Again, I'm gonna every once in a while chop this thing out because these things fill up and it takes forever for them to run out of oxygen, and I don't want to be overrunning the power if we don't have to. Everything's pretty breathable except, yeah, see, it wasn't nearly as breathable down here because we're just cycling these gases rather than allowing new ones to work their way in. So it's pretty horrible down here, actually. Can we fix that? It'll fix itself. It will fix itself. Now that that pipe is backed up. This pipe is basically now for people that want to go into the Draco farm. Okay, so they destroyed that. Again, this is going to have to be made out of steel because fuck my life, that's why. Again, just everything in here, we don't have gold amalgam, otherwise we'd be making it out of gold amalgam. So that's steel, that's steel. Atmos sensors can be made out of lead. That's going there. There's going to be two. Oh, nope. Two down in that corner. I'll worry about the logic on the Atmos sensors when the time comes for me to actually start closing this stuff up. That's there. That should be fine. Our digger builder is kicking butt right now. Actually, fuck it. Let me think about the logic now. So we're going to have our pumps for our oxygen up here. We don't want to break this system. It's over-engineering. It's 100% over-engineering, right? So we could tell these pumps up here to shut off if the pressure in the oxygen side drops down to like 500 grams. Is that necessary? Probably not. That'll stop it from vacuuming itself out. And then I think, let's slow down for a half second. I think I do want to automate the, what do you call them? I kind of want to automate the electrolyzers. We don't really have to automate the electrolyzers. But I'm thinking, like, considering how much of a razor's edge we're going to be on with all of our stuff, it might be a good idea. What I'm thinking is that if either the hydrogen dips down below a certain level or the oxygen dips down below a certain level, we turn the electrolyzers on. If it's at a reasonable level, then we leave them off so they're not pushing the whole time. So basically, if this or this gets low, it turns on the electrolyzers. We don't have to have it be set to go super low. Basically, if the hydrogen gets below, let's say, 1 kilo or below 2 kilos a tile or something like that, and the oxygen gets below 10 kilos a tile, then kick them on. In theory, it's going to flicker them on and off if we're consuming oxygen at the same rate that we're producing it. But if we're consuming a little less, it will save us water until our systems are in a good spot. And we can always go in there and just slam out a, what do you call? We could change it because we have access to it at that point to make it whatever we want it to be. If we want to, we could theoretically even put a switch here and reroute everything to a switch so we can manually fuck with it, but I don't think that'll be necessary. If we look over at the automation grid, our automation for our electrolyzers is in this top right corner. So if we grab the automation wire, it's going to be made out of lead. Yes, there will be one here. And there will be one here. I'm trying to figure that out because I want to know where we put our OR gate to make best use of it. So, OR gate. That's not bad right there. So if we put an OR gate here and then run that wire there and then run this wire here. This one then connects here and there. That should allow us to do what I want to do. Because that would literally be there. That's where the automation wire is on these guys, right? Yeah, upper right tile. That's going to be there. That'll be there. Okay, fantastic. That will do it. That's how we're going to run that automation. And then the other automation we want to run, I just heard printables, so let's go check out the printables. Curative tablets. Buff unempathetic machinery. Not bad. Farming, research, ranching, narcoleptic, no. Machinery, gourmet. We'll stick with our team for now. We will stick with our team for now. Lead wire. Automation on pumps is upper left. So that'll be the automation wire for the oxygen area. I'm just trying to work ahead of all of this. Okay, did we get more copper made? 1,170 kilos. Is that more than... We've got... It says one batch left. Okay. So what we want to do... Put this on a 2. We're going to grab our radiant pipes. We're going to make these out of copper. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. If we want that in and that out, that's not hard, right? So that puts that like that. Insulated pipe out of igneous here and here to get that in and out because that'll cool down our oxygen supply. The other thing we're going to need is pipes in. I kind of want to pipe in insulated. Igneous. That is lower left tile. So that's going to be here. And there. So something like that, then how is that going to come in? Is that going to come in from this? It's going to come in from this side. We're just going to run that straight out like that. I think that's a reasonable way to do that. That'll be our input for the water coming from this side. Now that that is built, let's deconstruct these ladders so we can get the other one in there. So that'll go there. We will have to vacuum this system out. So we'll put that guy there. Put that there. That'll be our auxiliary out situation. As far as these pipes go, upper right is where that is, right? Yep, upper right on that bad boy. So that's the wall. Then we need one there, 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 and there. Two of these need to add up to a full pipe. Which way do we want to do that? Something like that ought to do it. Yeah. You guys can get up there from that side, so we can put that in. Okay. I was honestly a little worried that we wouldn't actually get to building this thing today. Surprises even happen to me. $33,000, excellent. So we're pretty stable at about 30. It seems to say 33,000 pickled meal almost at all times. So between the other wild food we've got coming in and what we're farming, we're pretty stable on calories, and I'm good with that. If we start to get way positive on the pickled meal, we'll decommission one or two of the farms at a time until we get that down to food in, food out style thing, until we get a deep freeze going. It's one of those things that's kind of like a little bit of a puzzle, right? I want to get this sorted and this tank sorted because that means that this is locked in. And I want to be building a good kitchen basically right here. We can't actually build the kitchen until we get this going. We've got a temporary Draco farm over here for now. We may as well switch some of these Dracos over to mealwood at this point, but then we'd have to pull the gases out of there. So next time we're on this, we'll finish up making the self-powered oxygen machine and all of the accoutrements for the steam vent over here. Once that's all built, we'll start getting it running ASAP, but it's going to take a minute. We'll have to jump start it with either localized coal power or using our main grid somehow. But once all this starts working and is self-contained, we can start pushing to get other projects done. One of the main things that we need to get done is like long-term Draco ranches. So there's a good chance we might just move all of these Dracos over here temporarily, start rebuilding this side to be Draco Ranch accommodating, put it on mealwood in theory, or just work on getting the chlorine over there in a stable way. We'll have to do some math and designing. I'd theoretically like to run it off of Bomb Lily with chlorine at the bottom because it doesn't cost us anything. Doesn't cost us dirt. Doesn't cost us anything. You just have Bomb Lily growing there and they eat it. So we'll work on a design for that. I might work on one off of camera just so we're not spending as much time designing on camera, but I also feel like Ani players like to be involved in the designing process of things, so, you know, it all depends on how we're feeling at any given time. This is actually not supposed to be here. That actually does need to be a single tile, a solid tile. I hope this actually, I'm looking at this now and I'm like, wait a sec. Oh, wait a second. I might have screwed the pooch on this a little, guys. No, I can make it work. I think. Yeah. I got this. Okay. That needs to be a solid tile. That would need to be an airflow tile. Deconstruct that bad boy. Actually, these can't go in there just yet. Sorry, dupes. And actually, it's probably better that we don't put that in quite yet. We'll let them build all this stuff in here. In fact, we'll priority 6 the building of that stuff. That way we can wall this in, which is what needs to happen. Then we can start layering our liquids in here. Furniture. I am in love with the trick using the pedestal. We're going to put one of those there, and then eventually we're going to have to put one probably like right there. Again, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We're going to put one in here. Once all of this is built in here, we wall this in with airflow tiles. We're going to wind up putting airflow tiles here as well. That we can do right now. We can put those right there. This is gonna, so this will be one of the electrolyzers. The other one will be up here. They're gonna be slightly off-centered, which works for the design, I think. I'm a little nervous about this. I think if we prime the system properly, we should be okay. What I'm thinking I'd like to do, we have a plumber, right? We do have a plumber. So what I'd like to do, I want to empty that pipe. Now they'll keep emptying it, but the reason I'm doing that is I want hydrogen in a canister. I think we might have a canister of oxygen somewhere. That way we can just prime that side of the system. I think. We'll deal with it as it is, as it comes. All right, so that's enough. However much that is. So we've got 4 kilos of hydrogen in that. So if we do this right, we can empty that hydrogen. Oof. I don't know. We have the tools available for future Nether if he so needs them. Alright, we're getting close. Oh, we're already over by a couple of minutes, but let me just double check a few things. Got power going to the battery and to that pump. We have the gas pumps, the gas pipes done for that. Automation wires. We don't need an automation wire on this one. Yeah, so we're going to build those walls. This thing, I think we could layer brine and water, but I think we layer crude. Did we put all of the crude that I had? 7.7 kilos there. That was not my intention, but yay. Okay. We don't need 7.7 kilos there, but we don't not need 7.7 kilos there. Again, I posted this design up in the Discord if you guys want to take a look. Obviously without the overlays because we didn't do all of that. I'm really loving playing this, but I guess I gotta be responsible and switch over to editing mode at the moment. Yeah, let's go see who's playing, see if we can raid out to anybody. It's been really good hanging out with everybody today. Again, I do apologize if the energy was a bit up and down throughout the day. I mean, such is life, right? Everything is ups and downs, swings and roundabouts. Wonder if Julie's streaming. Would love to go and show her some Ani love. We've been trying to raid out to new people, but you know what? We're gonna do something nice here. Deaf Gamer Girl is a friend of Zed's, and we have never raided her, but I have her followed. She's playing Foundry. A lot of people have been playing Foundry lately, but let's go say hi and tell her that Zed let us know about her. I want to go and support as much as we can. So thank you all for hanging out. If you don't like Foundry, I'm sorry. We'll just go and try and support fellow small streamers. It's been excellent hanging out with everybody today again, and I will be back tomorrow for RimWorld, Saturday for Mist, and next week we'll figure it out as we go. Take it easy, everybody. Be well. Take care of yourselves.